Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. Mr. Lotzenheiser, may I have roll call, please?
President Wade, member of the board, please let the record show there are 4 board members here in attendance in person. I know that Ms. Schultz was going to be calling in tonight. Christine? Not yet. Okay, so we will notify. So as of right now, we have 4 members in attendance.
Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, great. I motion we approve the agenda.
Second.
That will be Ms. Jarman seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Mr. Lotzenheiser, you're up.
President Wade, members of the board, we're really excited to honor a lot of different people for our Higley highlights and happenings this week. You know, we have incredible student, staff, and families, and what a wonderful community we have. And so we have some different recognitions that we would like to do. As soon as we get the PowerPoint up, we will keep going from that, but we have a huge crew that's waiting outside that is going to join us in celebration of a state championship. There we go, Higley happenings. And so for the very first one, I'm going to invite Mr. Edgar and his crew, the marching band who won in the Abota Marching Band Division II State Championship, first place in their division, and they are back-to-back state champions. So come on in, crew, and they're just going to fill it up. All right. We should probably just keep clapping, right? They keep coming. We keep clapping. But again, congratulations on the back-to-back state championships for Division II. And if you know anything about the marching band, you know how hard these students work to be a part of this program and how much time they're committed. And it's so awesome for all of them to join us today. But I'm going to turn it over to Danny, and he's going to talk a little bit about the season. And again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Danny Barsetti-Nerlin. I'm one of the directors here at Williams Field High School for the marching band. We are so fortunate to have the support of everyone in the district. Thank you to the board for all the support coming out to our home show this year. Thank you to the finance department for helping create the opportunities to have our staff be paid for, having everyone all the things that we need to help run this ship, no pun intended for the show. And then thank you to the transportation department. Thank you to the admin at Williams Field High School. John Dolan, Daryl Stengel, and all the rest of the admin for the continued support of our program. It does take a village to get to this point. Without the support of everyone here, we wouldn't be able to do what we're accomplish all the great things. So thank you very much.
Before we jump ahead, I noticed some. Danny, could you explain the smaller plaques that you see? Because if you've never been to a marching band competition, yes, there's the big show, and you can see the picture up there. But there's a lot of different individual scores they get for different pieces of the entire performance. So would you mind explaining those for us, please?
So the 5 extra plaques that we have are the caption awards. These are, each of the categories is rated in terms of visual performance, auxiliary, which is the color guard, percussion, music performance, and the general effect. All of those get scored on out of 100. And for the state championships, we won all of those captions. So we were the highest score of the night for Division II for those 5 captions, as well as winning first place. So.
Next up, I'm having a little bit of a deja vu. For those of you who've been to board meetings earlier this summer, you've already met Colton, but I really want to congratulate para-state champions, the first ever AIA Division I state champion in boys beach volleyball, Gavin and Colton Mortensen. And so Gavin and Colton, if you could come up here, and Mr. Stengel, if you could join them and say a few words, please. So congratulations to our state champions. Right in the middle, all by yourself, just looking that way. All right.
Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Lotzenheiser, and Superintendency and Cabinet, thank you for inviting us here to celebrate these 2 young men. What an amazing season. Not only were they the #1 pair, not only did they both play on the national team and do very well, these 2 young men went undefeated through the season and won the state championship in straight sets over the #1 seed Mountain View, which they happen to be related to part of that team. So it was quite a night to see, and quite a season for these 2 and for the inaugural season of boys beach volleyball in the state of Arizona. And these 2 will forever be the first 2 to win the pair state championship. Congratulations.
All right, at this time, I would like to invite Higley High head football coach Eddie Zuby up, and I'm going to have him stand in the middle, and then we're going to talk about him and his team. So the 6A All-Central Region Coach of the Year, Coach Eddie Zuby. So Coach Zuby not only won the Region Coach of the Year, which is voted on by the region for the performance of what happened on the football field. But we're going to take this time to celebrate and recognize something else that's really, really an outstanding recognition for not just Coach Zuby, but for his players and for the fans at Higley High School. So the Arizona Interscholastic Association, the AIA, ranks sportsmanship in 3 different categories: coaches, players, and fans. And at the end of every game, the referees score them. So the referees give the schools a scorecard. We also give the refs a scorecards, but vice versa, they score us, okay? And this year, for the first time ever in 5A or 6A, during the regular season, Higley High had perfect scores from referees for every single home and away game that they played for sportsmanship. And so what an outstanding thing for Eddie as the leader, but for our coaches, our players, and our fans and their participation at those games. So let's give them a round of applause. I will say, nope, we're not done yet. We're going to have pictures, okay? So for this 6A Sportsmanship Award, again, I did get notified that one referee in a playoff game gave him a 4.5 instead of a 5, so it wasn't exactly perfect, but I don't know what you said, Coach, but we were close. Anyway, congratulations to Coach Zuby and the entire staff and everyone on the Sportsmanship Award, as well as the Coach of the Year. Again, Eddie Zuby. All right, at this time, we are now going to do our points of pride. And so while we're getting ready for the PowerPoint to come up, Centennial is going to be first. So can you guys come down and let's celebrate the Centennial crew.
All right, President Wade, board members, and cabinet, thank you for having us. This is one of the best nights for us because we get to recognize our staff. And I just want everybody, Centennial, will you wave and cheer? We have a lot of Centennial here. So thank you, Centennial family, for being here. We're going to kick it off with Victoria Carrillo Leos, our student Points of Pride. Come on up. So I have to say, Victoria, every single day that she arrives at parent drop-off, she gets out of that car with a big smile, greets myself, Mr. Rogers, and everyone on duty, says good morning. In the hallway, she'll say good morning, has a smile on her face, works hard, and is an outstanding Centennial Cardinal. Phenomenal student. I do want to read a message from her 5th grade teacher, Miss Ray. She says, Victoria is a true example of what makes our school shine. She is a positive, bright light who greets every day with a smile and brings joy to everyone around her, students and teachers. She's known for her kind nature and sweet heart. She is always ready to help others and be a friend to everyone. Her dedication to learning is evident in the way that she models leadership. She works hard and consistently produces quality work. She seeks to understand, she makes meaningful friendships, and she uplifts everyone around her with positivity and warmth. She truly is what makes Centennial excellent, and she is a proud Cardinal. Congratulations. All right, Victoria. So who did you bring with you tonight?
I brought my mom and my two brothers, Martina and Miguel.
All right. And one goes to Centennial, right?
Oh, yeah, and one goes to Centennial.
And brother goes to Centennial with us. All right, up next we have our teacher points of pride. Stay with me. Miss Holloway. All right, Miss Holloway is a sixth grade teacher. She truly is a remarkable educator. She shows up every day for Centennial. She builds strong relationships and connections with her students and their families, creating a classroom environment where everyone feels valued and supported. Her lessons spark curiosity and keep students excited to learn. The impact Miss Holloway has on her students lasts well beyond elementary. Former students often, and I mean often, every event, return to Centennial during their middle school and beyond to visit her. At our annual pumpkin lighting event, I can't count how many times I was stopped and asked, "Where's Miss Holloway? Where's Miss Holloway?" I said, "She will be here." And then they reported back that she was there and they saw her. They're eagerly awaiting her arrival, and that is a clear testament to the love and admiration that she has for what she does. Not only is she an outstanding teacher, but she's a dedicated team player who supports her team, modeling the best practices of learning and professional learning communities, and her leadership to our staff and her commitment to share that same message. Her passion, dedication, and ability to connect with the students and our staff make her one of Centennial's most loved and respected teachers. We're super proud to celebrate Liz Holloway.
All right, so up next, we want to recognize our classified staff points of pride, Miss Kelly. So Miss Kelly, she is a dedicated paraprofessional. She supports our kindergarten, first grade, and fourth grade students with an incredible care and skill. Miss Kelly has a kind and compassionate heart, and her ability to connect with and support her students is truly remarkable. She knows each child so well and helps them navigate challenging moments and big emotions with patience and understanding. Her warm smile, positivity, can-do attitude, and kindness make her a true asset to our Centennial family. We are so grateful for all she does. All right, and we'd also like to recognize our volunteer points of pride, Miss Nelson. From the moment that she joined our PTO, she jumped in as a key member and quickly became a huge part of our campus community. Her dedication is so strong that you might think that she's an employee. She's often on campus, lending a helping hand wherever needed. Ms. Nelson brings fresh ideas, endless energy, and a heart for service. Her generosity, kindness, and love for Centennial shine through in everything she does. Parents and volunteers like Ms. Nelson make a lasting impact on our students and teachers, and we are beyond grateful for what she gives back to our school. Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for being such an incredible part of our Centennial family. Who did you bring with you?
I brought my husband, my current Cardinal, Theodore, and my current Little Spartan future Cardinal, Montgomery.
And Miss Kelly, who'd you bring?
My family and my awesome coworkers.
All right, Miss Holloway, who'd you bring?
I have my parents here and both my kids who are former Cardinals as well, and lots of my awesome staff. Thank you, coworkers. Thank you.
Woohoo! All right, I'll give the mic back.
You don't want me to keep this too long.
I don't.
All right, Big Rig, you're up.
Madam President, members of the board, members of cabinet, thank you so much for the opportunity to shout out these Coronado Coyotes. At Coronado, we have a saying, we are one staff, one school, one community, and the folks here would say, hey, it's a team effort, but tonight we're gonna shine the spotlight on these 4 individuals. And so with that, the first person I'm gonna introduce you to is Miss Packer. So come on up, Miss Packer. So in Higley, our vision is to make sure that students have limitless opportunities. Miss Packer is one of the huge reasons why Coronado Coyotes have limitless opportunities. So I'm gonna talk straight at you. What I appreciate about you, Miss Packer, is from day one when you set foot on our campus, your enthusiasm for kids and for learning and the constant growth that you show for yourself, as well as elevating everyone else to that professionalism and that excitement for kids. So I really appreciate that. And with that, you represent a number of great certified people, and they have cheered you on as well. And so with that, thank you, Miss Packer, for all that you do for kids. Now, Miss Packer, who did you bring?
I brought my entire Coyote family. Thank you. So sweet.
Okay, I get the honor of introducing our parent volunteers. So Miss Avilar, Sharon Avilar, will you come on up, please? Okay, Miss Avilar has been a volunteer and has supported students and staff at Coronado for many, many years. She has served as a classroom volunteer as well as a hospitality chair for PTO. She is constantly working behind the scenes, making memorable events for both students and staff, doing everything with excellence, and really setting an example of positivity and student-centered priorities. Thank you for everything you do.
Who did you bring with you?
I brought my husband, Ryan, my 2 children, Sophia and Jacob, and my mom, Diane.
Cool. Miss Diane, nice job. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to introduce our classified staff, Miss Alyssa Grotto. Come on down, Miss Alyssa. Now, Ms. Grotto, something that I appreciate about you is no matter who you are working with, that compassion and care that you show to every single student. You cheer on every single individual, and you also cheer on other certified staff and really just all the people that are a part of Coronado. And I know that with some of the students that you work with, even the fact that they're nonverbal, they are still connecting and communicating with you. And that level of professionalism, so I know you stepped into a new role as a paraprofessional, but I knew you would be a fantastic paraprofessional because of just the care that you have for kids and that professionalism that you carry yourself with. And so you have shown a great job with that this year and all the other years that we've worked with. So thank you so much. Now, who did you bring with you?
I brought my husband, my son, my daughter's at practice, and then my Coyote team.
Okay, and last but certainly not least is our student. Come on up, Cassandra Hayes. And we received lots of comments from teachers about Cassandra, and so I'm just going to read those and let them speak for themselves. So Cassandra is not only a dedicated student, but a dedicated friend and partner. The effort she puts into her classwork goes above and beyond what's expected. She puts in extra work to make sure she fully grasps the concepts we are learning. She treats others with dignity and respect. Cassandra has always been a model student who is respectful, passionate about getting involved, and participating at her highest potential. Cassandra would always lend a helping hand, setting up activities, volunteering to help her peers without any rewards. Cassandra is not afraid to think outside the box. She is a talented artist. I appreciate that she always is respectful when talking to others. She continues to be a leader in our band class. She is dedicated, reliable, and hugely talented. Her musical growth has been amazing, and I know she will continue to be successful in everything she does. And I got like 2 more because she is that amazing. Cassandra is an incredible example of creativity and determination. Her character shines with wonderful qualities that she never strays from. Cassandra makes huge strides in all that she does. As a drama student, she's always prepared and goes above and beyond in her roles. She is confident, competent, and is a friend and example to all. Thank you for everything you do, Cassandra. And who did you bring with you tonight?
I brought my parents and my brother.
So we'll take just a little bit. If you guys want to go ahead and exit, you can. Then we'll talk about upcoming events and move on. But we appreciate everyone coming and supporting people tonight. Sounds like it's a little loud out there. I don't know about you guys, but upcoming events. So on Wednesday, December 10th and the 17th, we continue to hold FAFSA nights at Williamsfield High School to help and support those college-going students and their parents. I'm sure no one's counting down, but December 22nd through January 5th is winter break when we have no school. When we do return, we have Thursday, January 8th at 5 p.m. as our district spelling bee at the HCPA, and our next board meeting after tonight will be Tuesday, January 13th at 5:30, and that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Latzenheiser. We will now move to a public hearing to discuss the fiscal year 2026 budget revision number 1. Mrs. Rushkamp.
Amanda, or President Wade, I'm sorry.
Yes, what's up?
Could we just, Tiffany's online, could we please check that she can hear us and we can hear her?
Ms. Schultz, can you hear us?
Oh,
well, hello. Can you hear us?
okay. Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
We will now move to the public hearing. Go ahead, Ms. Rushkamp.
All right, President Wade, members of the board. Tonight we are going to look at the current year FY26 budget revision. This was not a required revision from ADE. Okay, so again, this for the district was an optional revision. I don't know if they're still working. Okay, so again, that sounds better, yes, thank you. So again, this is an optional revision. We were not notified by ADE. Well, we did receive our letter that we did not require a revision for the December budget because we were within the limits of the budget. However, the district did choose to revise it just to catch up on a few things since the June 24th adopted budget, which if you remember at that time, there was not a state budget in place. So there were several unknown factors that we are going to try and capture here. So just the timeline of where we have been with this current year's budget. June 10th, we had a preliminary budget which we then took on June 24th and adopted that budget. That is what we have been using to this point. We did not revise in September, and now today, December 9th, is what we are looking at. And the main thing is to adjust, we had received some one-time funds and then also adjust ADM to where we were at for our November count, was the latest that we have from ADE. So a few of the highlights that have changed since June. We've received our budget 75, so that's something that ADE sends out once the AFR has been completed. They take our actual numbers and then adjust that to what budgets we had put in place. And that picks up also the carry forward for both M&O and capital, and then also reconciles our 25 ADM, which was down slightly from what we had adopted in June. The budget 25, that looks at the current year, and every month it checks what the district is projecting against what ADE is projecting for the budgets. So our actual ADM is down 259, or 2.16% from the prior year. When we had, and this is unweighted, and when we had adopted the budget, we had 11,711 ADM. We are down 16.8 for that, so we are going to adjust for that as well. And then we also are phasing down the override, so with that we had picked up because in June we did know that, so that's just truing up the numbers from what ADE is projecting. This slide just kind of shows the history. The top brownish orange color is the K-8 students, and it includes preschool as well, so you can see historically for the last 5 years we have been steadily declining in enrollment. And then the bottom blue line, that is our grades 9-12 high school, where we have been pretty stable. We did increase this year. This looks at surrounding districts in the East Valley, comparing the unweighted, so again, that is just the actual students in the seats before we add any weights to them. Looking at the different districts from 25 to where we are in November of this year, you can see there are 2 schools that have increased, Queen Creek and then Benjamin Franklin, and then the rest of these schools have been declining in enrollment. And something to note is ALA is only one CTSD number, so we cannot break out for comparisons to the East Valley what their enrollment would be. And private schools do not have to share their enrollment. So looking at the budget revision and looking at the differences from where we were in June to where we are today, again, as I'd mentioned, our ADM went down slightly from what we had budgeted, so we will adjust for that. That's about a loss of $130,000. The revenue control limit, which is what our budget is before we have any add-ons or transfer any money, that actually went up $412,000, which is unique since we did lose enrollment. However, what we did have happen was our Schedule B weights, specifically SPED, we had taken in several higher need SPED students that the weights are higher on them. So that has ended up being about an increase of $621,000 in SPED funding. And if you remember, last month, we did take to the board an increase for our private day schools of $400,000. So you can see how the two of those tie together. That is why we had to ask for that increase, because we do have a greater need. And we also adjusted for, there was a slight reduction in the K-3 weights, so when it all balanced out, it's slightly over 400,000 addition. As we do every year, we transfer 3.55 million from M&O over to capital. That is so we can pay for the middle school leases. They have to be paid from in capital, so that's why we make that transfer. We trued up the override, so about another $39,000 we will be receiving from that based on ADE's calculations. Our budget balance carry forward, where we projected to be in June, was $20,700,000. We came in at $21,869,000, so we've increased about $1.17 million. Part of that has to do with the one-time funding that we had moved on ADE. We had taken some of the one-time funding, we had placed it in capital, ADE placed it in M&O. So when the budget 75 came up to true up our numbers from last year, there was an increase of a little over $500,000 from that one-time funding. So we are following what ADE has done, and that has accounted for that. We also had savings, about $250,000 from ESI, that we had those expenses in place. We had the funds encumbered. We did not end up using as much as we expected for substitute teachers. That saved us about $250,000. And then we had about $150,000 in savings from some of our SPED POs that were out there and weren't fully utilized. So again, that's from where we ended 25. That money then carries over into this year. So that's what makes up that 1.16, along with several smaller items as well. For this fiscal year, we are going to receive 3 different one-time supplementals. Again, we did not pick these up in June as they were unknown. So for M&O, we are going to take the free and reduced funding. It's about $157,000. We are going to place that in M&O. We have the option between M&O and capital or DAA, so we will place that in M&O. So when you compare where we were in June to where we are today, M&O will be going up about $1.778 million. Looking at the district additional assistance, or what we call capital, from June to December, we had that slight loss with the ADM, so that affects what we will receive for budget. Again, we have our transfer coming over for the middle school leases. That did not change. We have carry forward in this budget as well of slightly over $1 million. That was from, again, about a half a million that we had placed in the capital fund in our general ledger, but did not come over from ADE. And then we had maintenance, had about $350,000 in unspent construction projects. And for IT, we had security cameras that we have been doing for the schools. We budgeted for that money last year, did not spend it, knowing that we were going to get the cameras in July. So that had to carry that budget over. That was about $170,000. And then we also had some funds in ed services that were not spent. So as I mentioned, there were 3 one-time supplementals. The one we will pick up in M&O. The other 2, one is the state aid supplement that is similar to the Prop 123. And then we have a one-time DAA supplement that's just under $1.2 million. We are choosing at this time to put that into capital to help with some needs that we have coming up for the buildings. So the capital budget is going to go up about $2.2 million. And then looking to next year for fiscal year '27, We will have our first budget review at the January 13th meeting. That time, we will talk about recommendations for budget reductions due to enrollment loss. We have been running around 300 ADM loss every year, so every year our budget is naturally declining for loss of ADM, similar to, as you could see, the other districts in the East Valley who are also declining. And we will also have recommendations for the M&O override phase down due to the second renewal failure. And then at the January 27th meeting, we will be finalizing the budget reductions that I just mentioned. And then by March 6th, we will have our third review for M&O, and that will be so that we can get the contracts sent out by March 15th for next year. And then on April 7th, we will take our first look at the budget for the capital. And with that, I can take any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board? It's in order of what's on here, so it's there after that. We have any questions before?
I was just curious if we'll get the 3-year financial impact that we discussed, Mr. Latzenheiser. I didn't know if you were going to present it tonight or...
That's going to be when we get to the information.
Oh, okay, so it will be tonight. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the public hearing this is actually a great segue then into the budget discussion that's coming up within the information items, and so that's when that bar
We'll go
chart
through
that we
Okay.
talked about, I'll display that.
All right, I'll wait till then. Thank you.
Does any member of the public have any comments or questions regarding the fiscal year 2026 revised budget? Can you hit your microphone on for me? I appreciate it.
Travis White. I wasn't actually planning on asking a question here, but I saw that line chart, and I think the ADM is something I've seen before when I was growing up in my neighborhood, right? I think I'm interested in like how you guys are thinking about that number going down and what things we can potentially do to draw people in, right? Like as our district becomes more expensive, which it naturally has, and people are not moving out, right? The kids are going to phase out of the schools. Like that's certainly going to happen. Like what other things have you guys thought about doing to try and bring more outside people in to try and, fix that curve of, or that, that trend line? Thanks.
In response to the question, I think that's always the question we have is what can we do to our schools to attract more kids, right? Whether we're looking at specific programming to have happen or how can we look at it. And yes, as a district, we are exploring different models that we can do things to help promote what we have. Because we also honestly have some really excellent programs that perhaps are not being discussed as much as they could be. So we want to make sure people do know all the different opportunities they have, as well as what different kind of programmatic changes we can make to attract more kids within our district. I'm not prepared to go into any specifics because I don't want to bind us to anything as we're looking forward, as we're going through these budget discussions for next year. But those are definitely conversations that we have internally as well.
Okay. All right. Oh, do you have a statement?
I agree that, that is something that we need to look at. As our enrollment is declining, we see that Queen Creek is increasing. And so we need to consider, what else can we do or excuse me, or what are we doing that we could potentially change in order to attract more families or prevent future loss. Also, I know I've mentioned this before, and I believe that when students are, when families do withdraw, that they are given documentation that asks them reason why they're leaving, and I believe that information is saved in Synergy, which I don't know if we can pull reports from Synergy that shows these reasons, but again, it's something that I would like to see, what reasons families are giving. Also, I'm glad to see that there's, additional money that is being added to our carry forwards. And, that gives us more opportunities, more funding to utilize. But I'm looking forward to the next conversation to see projections. Thank you.
May I? Well, thank you for bringing up that point. For my money, it's important for us, all of us, as we address these budget challenges, to hear from as many people as we can. I really don't want it to be just the people that sitting right here making any or all of the decisions about things that we can cut or things that we should beef up, etc. It should be a combined effort. So I really want to hear from people that have ideas. I particularly, especially want to hear from our staff as we discuss budgets to find out what is working, what do they like, what can we do better, and what's not working. I think I've been part of districts where that was heavy-handed and it was done by administrators and without buy-in of staff, and that I think the wounds of that from 2008 I still have scars, and I think a lot of people do. So my focus as a board member is always make this a great place where kids want to come to learn, and the people who work here want to come to work, and the people who drop their kids off want to drop their kids off. So I'm open to any ideas. It's difficult when you're cutting budgets, but sometimes that's an opportunity to get rid of some things that are, dragging you down. But I've always believed that, and in any business, if you have a great product, people will come, and our focus should be on making our schools as great as they can be, so that people want to come here, because word does get around.
I just wish to echo, obviously I agree that we need to look at what we can do to continue to attract families. I also wish to reiterate what ADM loss means. Doesn't mean that we're necessarily losing families. In fact, we saw from Mr. Moore the number of families that we've had leave. It doesn't mean that we've had zero, but are very, very small. It was like less than 15. ADM loss is enrollment based off of our leaving senior class and our incoming kinder class. And so that disparity matters, and it's something that the nation is dealing with because we have a lower birth rate. And so it doesn't mean that we don't continue to look at our programs and continue to look at ways in which we can make Higley desirable. I just think it's important that we always are remembering why it is that we are in this position, because it's not as if we're having a mass flux of folks leaving our district so much as we are having less children as a result of, life. So that's important. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to reconvene an open session. So.
As reported in this presentation, we did lose 259, and that's a pretty large loss. When we're looking at what's incoming and what's outgoing and the difference, then it looks little. But if it would be great to concentrate on the whole picture of the 259 that left, and what's coming in, and if we were able to keep all of it, then that would be a huge amount of money coming into the district. But also, when we consider birth rate, we also have to look at, we can't really say it's birth rate, considering we have schools that are around us that have waiting lists for those age levels. And so it's not necessarily all birth rate. That is an issue. But when we look at our surrounding schools that have enrollment going up and birth rates not impacting them, but it's impacting us, that's also a problem.
Again, I agree with you, and I think that matters. But to be clear, the 259 is based off of our leaving senior class and our incoming kinder class. So that does not mean that we've had 259 families leave. It means we have 259 less students overall because our outgoing senior class was greater than our incoming kinder class. Am I wrong in those numbers, Ms. Rushkamp, in terms of how we decide what ADM loss looks like?
President Wade, members of the board, that is part of it. And I mean, there's several things that go into it as well. But you're right, the cohorts have been smaller. So as we continue to go up, they are smaller cohorts moving up each year.
I appreciate it. And again, I do think we need to continue to make Higley competitive, and I think that is always something that we should keep in mind. I just wish to express we're not having people leave our district in mass numbers. Maybe we don't have as many coming here as we would like, and that is definitely something we should address. You don't want to say anything, Mr. Glover, are you sure? All right, great, good talk. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and just, there was I don't remember which board meeting it was, where we were presented with 200 and some that left, and I believe it was like 316 that came in, and the difference was like 21. So that was different from this number, but that did show over 200 students that left. So I might not, I'm not going necessarily off the 259 here. That's the difference you're talking about. But we've also been presented with the number over 200 that have left.
President Wade, can you remind us of the protocol of how we do reach out to people who do leave the district, what their discrepancies are? I'm sure there's privacy constraints on that, but those are great questions to have. I'm sure there's a little flux in all that we've mentioned tonight. It also may be moving, but can we just get an update on what the district does when people decide?
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. And please know that it's an optional thing for parents to provide us that information. And so if it comes back to you and you say, wait a minute, I expected a lot more, then parents don't tell us. Okay, but yes, we can look at that.
Okay, and then also maybe the principals, more of the on-site admin, they might have more insight. So yeah, I don't know if we need a direct Superintendent Lotzenheiser, but that would be helpful information. So thank you so much for bringing this up.
Madam President?
President Wade.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Schultz.
Sorry, Mr. Glover, if you wanted to go first. I'll just go ahead. I just want to say I think the focus is on the wrong thing right here and what the speaker was talking about. And I know that Mr. Lotzenheiser has ideas on expanding our programs or being able to attract more students. And the real issue is that people can't afford to live in Gilbert, so we're not getting as many students. Convenience, if you live in Queen Creek, you want to go to Queen Creek. So how we can attract them with our great programs, we know Bridges is on a wait list, what we can do with our other schools to get them all on a wait list as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the only other thing, as Higley approaches, build out, and we all are wrestling, and many of us in the East Valley are wrestling with declining enrollment. The only other challenge I have for the cabinet is, at some point, some of this adjustments, when you lose students, it means moving teachers around to where the enrollments are. And so just to make sure that we have a very solid framework for how we move people and how we deal with attrition. This is one good way to deal with budgets, but it's difficult. I think it should be done in consultation with the teachers and so that they understand, and it's not just moving people that are blindsided that maybe spent 20 years at a school, but there's not 4th, 5th grades there anymore, so somebody's got to go. How do you do that? So just to make sure that we maybe revisit that plan and make sure it's clear for people, and it involves the staff who's doing that work.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Rushkamp. We're now going to reconvene in open session. This is the last call for requests to speak. Next on the agenda are the requests to speak, so please play the video.
We value input from our constituents. This time on our agenda has been set aside for anyone from the audience who wishes to address the board. Those that wish to speak should have filled out speaker cards, which are due prior to the start of our meeting. Members of the board may not discuss, comment, or take action on matters raised that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-4 31.01I, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Also, we ask that audience members practice proper public meeting decorum, refraining from either negative or positive responses, including clapping or verbal outbursts, to ensure fairness to all points of view. Those that refuse to follow these rules may be asked to leave. In accordance with Policy BEDH public participation at board meetings, if considered necessary, the governing board president shall set a time limit on the length of the comment period in order to ensure that each individual has an opportunity to address the board. The president may also set a time limit for individual speakers. Thank you for your cooperation.
Up first, we have Jill Skolrud.
Now screen is on. Thank you. Governing members, superintendent, cabinet, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jill Skolrud, and I'm the orchestra and choir teacher at Sossaman Middle School. I moved to this position this school year after teaching the elementary orchestra for 7 years. You heard last month from some of my colleagues about the value of music in a child's education. It provides those students with better cognitive development, mathematical skills, emotional expression, time management, and social skills. For those students who play an instrument, studies have shown that they develop even greater in these areas. What you may not know is I was the original before-school teacher for the orchestra program when Higley pulled orchestra out of the elementary schools. We were K-8 schools at the time, grades 4 through 8. We met at the HCPA, 7 a.m. class and a 7:45 a.m. class. That was 2007. It was then 10 years before Higley was able to put elementary orchestra in the school day again. 10 years of affecting our high school orchestras. During those 10 years, we did develop and have the middle schools, and they did offer orchestra at the middle school and high school level. But once we put the orchestra back in during school at the elementaries, we saw big growth in both our middle school and our high schools. In fact, Higley High School Orchestra is so large, it really needs to be split into 2 right now. Yet here we are for you to decide what will stay and what will go. And I fear if we go backwards, we will see families leave for districts that do support the performing arts. I just want to remind you of 2 things. First, some of these decisions will have long-term effects, not just a year or 2. Second, for some of our students, it is their music class, orchestra, band, choir, that get them to school each day. That is where they feel like they belong and are accepted. In closing, I want to personally invite you to my winter concerts. It's this coming Monday at Sossaman Middle School, 6 o'clock for choir, 7 for orchestra. Please come and see my amazing students who might be affected by these decisions. See these students perform, hear all their hard work. I hope to see you there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Travis White.
Good evening, President Wade, members of the board, superintendent, district leadership, and community members. My name is Travis, and I'm a proud parent of a kindergartner in the Mandarin Dual Immersion program at Coronado Elementary. I know that some of the conversations you're having right now are difficult, and tonight is not the night for answers. However, I hope that you are working to prioritize creative solutions to keep our Mandarin program and our elementary specials intact. Like she said, I think that the specials and these things, it really gets the kids excited for school. And I know that that is something that is really important. In a global economy, language skills open doors. Our Mandarin students are gaining not just vocabulary, but cultural understanding, confidence, and opportunities that will follow them for the rest of their lives. Thank you for your time, your advocacy, and your belief in our students. Let's keep showing that together we got this, and that our community's values are measured not only in what we say, but in what we choose to fund.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Brewer.
Good evening, President Wade, Governing Board, Higley District Cabinet, and all in attendance. My name is Jeremy Brewer. I'm a music and band teacher of 23 years now in Higley, and I've had the pleasure of serving at least over 7,000 students in my time here, including teaching Governing Board Member Van Hook's 2 daughters band and music years ago. Hope they're doing well. And I'm not saying it that way like we're old or anything, just it has been a little while. I also come as an extremely busy father of 10 adopted children with special needs, 16 family members in my house currently we are taking care of. I'm a busy music teacher with 4 extra clubs. My hope is that realization of how busy I am, and I'm coming a second month, underlies the importance of why I'm here again speaking to you, and that you will seriously consider my thoughts tonight. I come because music and all specials and electives are essential for children. We must make hard decisions in order to keep these programs thriving. Some key numbers I'd like to share tonight. There are roughly about 1,850 combined 5th and 6th grade students in our district. Of that 1,850, almost 800 5th and 6th grade students attend band and orchestra, which comes out to about 43% of our 5th and 6th grade population participating. Why this matters: music engages the entire brain, one of the very few activities in this world that does so. Research shows students in these programs succeed more in life compared to their peers who do not. The Arizona Department of Education requires K-5 students to have a minimum of at least 2 arts disciplines for 90 minutes weekly. 6th grade, the requirements are even more, and I don't remember what they are exactly. Cutting these programs and any other elementary specials would overload our classroom teachers, reduce their prep time, and drive both teachers and families away, worsening the budget crisis. These programs and the teachers that run them often are the reason why parents and families stay with Higley, on top of the amazing educators that we have here. We truly have the best staff, and I'm proud to say I work in Higley. I urge you to use creative solutions as last time, and here are a few suggestions. 1, let's not tie elementary specials funding to future overrides. That should be something we provide no matter what, because these subjects matter and make a difference for students. 2, we have a large carryover of M&O funding that we could use to sustain programs for at least 2 years while we work on refining our budget. 3, is a thought I had when I was looking up some stuff. We could explore reallocating surplus funds, like, for example, if I read it right, we have extra capital funds of like $10 million or something. If that's the case, could we possibly pause the M&O transfers for the middle school leases that are $3.5 million for a couple of years to offset that, use that surplus, and then use that M&O to help balance stuff until we refine everything and really get the budget where it needs to be for our current ADM situation. Now, I don't have all the answers because I don't work the budget, but you do. And just want to reiterate, in Higley, we got this, and we want students to say that too. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just, I didn't hear the date of the Sossman event. but
Monday.
Monday. If we can get that added to our calendar, please. Thank you.
Okay. This brings us to consent agenda items. I motion to approve the consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.10.
Second.
That would be Ms. Jarman seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Ms. Schultz, was that an aye?
It was.
Okay. And did you say aye as well? Motion carries 5-0. We would like to thank ASBO, Higley High Booster Club, Ashley Bramble, and John and Charisse Lunt for their generous donations to the district and its students. Next, this brings us to item 7.1, K through 5 ELA high quality instructional materials adoption recommendations. Ms. Davis.
Good evening, Board President Wade and members of the board. I'm going to walk you guys through what we've been doing so far with our adoption and our recommendations. So what you see before you is our process that we've been going through, starting off with developing our scope and sequence, or I'm sorry, our scope of work for what we would go through and look for in an adoption for ELA. Also developing the evaluation tools, and then forming our steering committee who would oversee, or who does oversee the process and make the final recommendations and just ensure that everything's running smoothly. And then in that next phase is where we released an application for community members, teachers, admin, and other staff to join the district review committee. And that committee is the one who evaluates all of the materials that come in through the RFP. Lots of fun reviewing those materials. And that is also when we open that RFP. And, sorry, I just combined phase 1 and phase 2. And in phase 2, we also did a lot of trainings with our district review committee to ensure that everybody was stepping forward on the right foot with the same knowledge base of the Arizona standards, of the science of reading, and research best practices for instruction around ELA. And that brings us now to phase 3. We have our final recommendations, or we have our first set of recommendations to then go into our 60-day public review. So we're here for our first read of those recommendations. So to kick it off, we do have laws around an ELA adoption, so I just want to highlight those, especially around K3, because we have the Move On When Reading law. So that means that we need to have a diagnostic and a screener assessment that gets to evidence-based core reading curriculum, teacher training, evidence-based reading research, time to explicit evidence-based core reading instruction. So we have to have that included in whatever program that we would adopt. And then we also have to ensure that it is supported by ADE. So ADE gives us a certain list of materials that they have approved based on efficacy reports that the vendor has supplied. And then we also have to do, per ARS 15721, a 60-day public review once we have brought those materials to you, similar to what we did with the novel committee and the supplemental material committee. And then, of course, we also take into consideration ARS 15120.03. However, this was also written when we were doing the whole K-12. This really wouldn't play into effect here in K-5. Oops. Sorry. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong way. Can you move me back a couple slides? It won't let me reverse. I don't think it's letting me reverse. There we go. Sorry. Okay, I just want to take a quick moment to thank our steering committee. It was full of some great people from the district office and also representatives from our sites, just to again ensure that we have a group that is overseeing the process and ensuring that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed and making that final recommendation. So thank you to that crew. That's basically what this slide is saying as well, so I apologize that I went ahead. This group also, I didn't name this out loud, they are the group that reviewed that scope of work that was created in the beginning of the process, and that evaluation criteria. So they are kind of like the final read before that goes public into the RFP. Wow. It is. I don't do well with the animations, as you can see, and I forgot to take the animations out. So then we have the district review committee, and this group had a very tough job. It was time, there's a lot of time involved in this. They had to come to a lot of trainings as well. So just to talk about the makeup of this membership, it was done via application. It was out on our website and in newsletters. And we wanted to ensure that teachers had a good voice in this because they are the ones that will then be using it. So we selected one teacher per grade level via application and then site admin approval. And then we also wanted to ensure that our parents, guardians, community members also had a say in reviewing the materials, and same things with our administrators. So we ended up with 15 teachers across the Higley School District, representing each grade level, AP courses, and special education. We had 4 administrators, including an instructional coach. And then for parents and guardians, we did start off with 8 parents or guardians or community members with 2 alternates. However, we had two parents withdrew right away once they found out how much was involved, even though that was sent out in advance. The dates didn't line up for them. And the alternate also withdrew because she got a new assignment. And then as we went through the process, 3 others had to resign due to personal reasons. So we ended up with 4, and they really spoke up quite well for what they wanted as parents. So that's where we went with the district review committee, and here are some of their roles that they played. Like I mentioned, we had the mandatory training for them, so they came 3 evenings to talk about our state standards, the science of reading, what best practices are based on research for ELA, and what makes up a good core curriculum for both phonics and K-5 throughout the rest of the grade levels. The big thing that we really pushed with them was the confidentiality and conflict of interest. If you were a member of either committee, you had to uphold that confidentiality and not go out and talk to your colleagues about what adoption you were excited about, what material came in. It had to stay locked down. And then just being part of the process and completing those evaluations. We had 3 full days of evaluation. You can see all the dates up here, the dates and times. And we also provided a makeup day in case anybody wasn't able to complete all of the evaluations, because everybody had to evaluate every material in order for that to count. So our trainings were held August 20th through September 3rd, and then that set us up to be able to start the reviews on September 10th, and we completed those on November 7th. So up on the screen, you will see our evaluation criteria. We had a Microsoft form that they completed, and we used a summative score at the end. They were evaluating on a scale score 1 to 4. 1 saying there's little to no evidence, 4 being there is strong evidence of these existing within the instructional material. So in K3, for our core phonics, we were looking to see that there's strong evidence of the science of reading, that they are aligned to the Arizona state standards, and that there is a explicit and systematic scope and sequence for all the phonics skills. And the core phonics is really getting at the foundations of reading, phonics skills, phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, even getting into fluency practice as well, so that we're setting a solid base for our K3 students as to how to read, so that when we move them into the next phase of reading, the what are we reading phase, they are ready for success there. In K5, for that comprehensive core ELA evaluation, again, we're looking at the science of reading. We're looking at alignment to the Arizona standards. We're looking to see if that program has complex text, a variety of texts, chance for students to engage multiple times with that text, engage with text-dependent questions. Does it actually have a writing curriculum built in there as well? Because we want our students to be both readers and writers. And just ensuring that it builds with the students. And if those texts are rich and I think I already said the word complex, but I'm just going to repeat it again because that is the biggest part of this, that we're building their background knowledge for the students. And that is true for kindergarten through 5th grade. It doesn't start later in their years. It starts at the beginning of kindergarten. So now I get into the really fun part of the recommendations. So K3 core phonics, we have 3 recommendations, and those come from their top summative scores. So really great reading has a phonics program that came out in one of our top areas. To summarize what their product looks like or has, they have, and this will be true of all of them, they are all systematic and explicit programs. They all just vary a little bit differently. For example, they all have decodable books, so that allows students to practice the skill immediately in a text that has that skill. So say they're working on the long A, so they might have a book that has AI, AYE, they might have, why can't I think of another one? An AE in there as well, so it would be a decodable book that is 80% decodable, so meaning it has 80% of words that can be easily decodable by students, so they can practice that skill right away and not go to a complex text where they're not going to have success. They can immediately go in and encode with that. So this program is really designed for preventing those gaps for students, and there's a lot of multisensory built in there. So they're using different manipulatives to help them identify different sounds in the word visually and tactile. Then we have 95 core phonics by 95%. Similar in design, again, there's working with manipulatives in there so that they can identify their sounds as they're moving it through. There is both decodables and readables in there. So the readables are more suited for 2nd and 3rd grade students, so there's more informational text that can be involved. And then Wilson by Foundations, nope, I said that backwards, Foundations by Wilson. Their program is very similar as well, except for they add in a handwriting component, a stricter handwriting component. That ties to how they are processing and learning the sounds and letters and tying it to their handwriting so that there is more fluent handwriting involved. We have 4 recommendations for the K3 comprehensive core, or I'm sorry, the K5 comprehensive core programs. The first one being Amplify. Their product is CKLA. And this one follows 2 strands, the first one being in K3, a skills strand. The skills is really building up their foundational literacy skills. So that one is a phonics, it does have a built-in phonics program, but that one did not make the cut for us. However, in addition to phonics in there, they have some writing, language, grammar skills involved in that section. And then it also goes into a knowledge pathway as well. And that knowledge pathway is building background knowledge, rich, complex text, a variety of text so that they are building knowledge. Let's say if it's a space unit, they would have a mixture of different books on space, including both informational and nonfiction, or informational and fiction texts. We're building a lot of vocabulary with this program, all of those things. Then we go over to Emerge, which is by McGraw-Hill. I will note that this is a brand new product from McGraw-Hill. It is currently on the ADE Maurer list as yellow for temporary, temporary approval pending their efficacy report. This one is strong with their, notes their science of reading, and again, that background knowledge building and ties to science and social studies, so not just focused on literature. There's other subjects that are being transferred within there. And then the next two, we have Wonders, another McGraw-Hill product. This one is, this product combines the foundational skills and the authentic reading, and it's more thematic than it is topic-based. So when they're reading about space, there's probably going to be more fiction texts on space with a few sprinkled in nonfiction. So they're basing it more on a theme than a topic, where the topic is going to really dig in deep and build that background knowledge and start with some baseline text for them. This one is just going to kind of get in that surface area for them. And then Wit and Wisdom by Great Minds is another background building. You'll notice a theme here, they're all background building. And that also has a writing built into it and even some speaking skills built in there. And it is an inquiry-based program as well. So with that, I have some next steps. So starting tomorrow, only because it's the evening time, we will launch our 60-day public review. So we'll go December 10th to February 10th. It'll be held here in the district office boardroom. We'll take up that back area. And we have also included special hours in the evening and over winter break so we can help accommodate for people's schedules. And then toward the end of that 60-day review, we will have the vendors come in and do their presentations. And then after all of that, the steering committee will take the feedback and any additional information from the vendors to compile and make our decisions from there, with the best and final coming in from those vendors to see which is truly going to be the best option for Higley Unified School District. And then on March 3rd, we will come to you with our final recommendation for your vote of approval. Any questions?
Madam President, may I? I do. Thank you for all that. 4 is a lot to go through to the next phase, but I have a really hard time hearing when Tyler was there, so I was looking at your mouth. I heard, was cursive discussed in here? Does any of these books cover?
No, just handwriting in general.
Okay, so, but in the state, so for people that don't know, Texas and Florida, their standards are really what most textbooks get written for. But Arizona has a grade level where we have to, the kids have to be proficient in cursive handwriting. So it's an additional expense if none of these cover it, so.
If my memory serves correctly, Foundations does have that in their level 3 kit, which is 3rd grade.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yep. If my memory serves correctly, 3rd grade for Foundations
it's
does
in Foundations.
have the cursive. Yeah.
Thank you. And then I had some other things, if it's okay. So I just want people to understand, and I also want to thank the cabinet for something. I'll get to my point, it'll take me a minute. But we did have an adoption recently, fairly recent in recent history for ELA. More recent, as Mr. Walker knows, than social studies. We did that in good faith. It was approved, it was adopted, and it has been used. And we just last meeting celebrated all of our schools getting A+ ratings. As far as I know, and Mr. Berkshire, you can correct me, but I don't think we have any students not moving on by 3rd grade. Okay, so none. And yet the Department of Ed has changed the criteria that we cannot use these books anymore that our students were being successful for, that we've already paid for. They did not allocate any new money for that. So this is something that we have to absorb. The original thought was, well, you might as well do, the whole thing K-12, but since the override hasn't passed, we have scaled back to K-5, so I applaud that. That will allow us to put resources toward important things that I agree with the people who've already mentioned, specials, electives, and those kinds of things. So, but this is why people get frustrated with government. We have a product that works, that we've paid for, that we've trained people on, and here we have to do all this work again. I would say for almost really no good reason other than somebody changed their mind about something. So thank you to the people on the committee who are doing all of this extra work. I appreciate it, and thank you to Rethinking instead of a K-12, scaling it down to K-5. And anyway, I just wanted to make those comments.
I know that we've been using 95, but my question is, the really great reading, is that a full ELA program, or is that just phonics only?
It is just phonics only. The three that we showed you, never mind, the PowerPoint's not up,
It's okay.
but really great reading and 95% in foundations are purely phonics programs.
Okay. And I know that some of these curriculum companies are willing to work with districts as far as making sure that the curriculum does not include any ideological content. Is that something that we can find out if these companies are willing to do, if there's content in there? I know, for instance, the same curriculum, not these, but Peoria had curriculum with Savas, that Savas went in and removed ideological stuff out of there and was willing to work with the district on that. So it'd be nice to know if any of these companies are willing to do that. I know CKLA has a lot of content that I would say oversteps schools' authority to be teaching minors about. They're one of my biggest concerns, but there are several others that have similar things. So I'd like to know if they'd be willing to do that, just to be able to have neutral curriculum.
Yeah, Board Member Van Hook, they are, I can't say every vendor, but there are vendors that do work with the states and the district to ensure that there's alignment to meet our needs. I don't know how deeply they go into that, but some of them do have, don't quote me on this, but like an Arizona-specific book list given our state statutes and things like that.
Ms. Van Hook, I'd also like to add that as part of our process, those vendors come in and do a 45-minute presentation with our steering committee. And then there is a 15-minute period for questions for us to ask them. So we will be aware of a lot of the feedback that's come in from the public that will allow us to provide questions to the vendors specific to the products, including concerns that may come up around certain curriculum materials.
And may I submit questions for you to ask during that presentation?
I don't know the rules about board member involvement. We'll have to check on that.
I mean, they're
where they come in. So
unless we have an opportunity to hear from these presenters, I don't see why it would be a problem to have questions for them.
I think what I would also put out there, in Cabinet, please correct me on this, is we also have the 60-day review out there, and since you guys are members of the public, you would also be able to do the 60-day review and include your questions there.
Okay, thank you.
President Wade, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm so excited about the phonics aspect and all that kind of stuff. But yes, I'd like to echo how it's kind of politically neutral. This is a big deal, and a lot of eyes are going to be watching the next review and stuff like that. So yes, and I've heard a lot of curriculums are having to adapt to this politically neutral aspect where they create options where they eliminate certain aspects that really kind of push the line with certain parents of the community, if that makes sense. So thank you so much for touching base with that.
And I don't know if you mentioned this in the beginning, but we're only doing, we're not doing K through 12 because the other grades don't need it. Did you mention that?
Correct. And I realized that I did not. I just got really excited about talking about the recommendations that I skipped over that. So thank you for my chance to go back and address that. No, when we launched the adoption process, it was to do K-12, and that is because HMH is no longer doing, that curriculum is no longer in print, and they're no longer doing the efficacy paperwork that the state requires in order for it to be an approved curriculum for Move On When Reading. And we opted to go K-12 initially so that we had that continuity of programming and with the standards. However, 6th through 12th grade does not have any constraints on them where the primary grades do with the Move On with Reading. So that's why we stuck with the K-5 because of the failure of the override and all of that.
Ms. Davis, I wish to express my gratitude as well as to all staff and community members who participated in that. It's not easy to give up your time. It's not easy to go through what is a lot of the same information over and over again and figure out ways to do that. For anybody who is interested in coming in during those 60 days, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a lot of material, so I think that is important for you to know before you arrive here. Is that there is a lot of information in front of you. Again, there's a lot of grades, there's a lot of aspects to it. I encourage community members, even if you're not really interested in going through things because you recognize that you can opt out of stuff, or that at the end of the day, individuals who recommend certain things are the ones who are the experts in that area, I still advise you to come in. And the reason I say that is because I think it's important to take a look at just how much effort and what kind of planning goes into the curriculum that we choose, goes into how staff plans and how we use that material, because I think there's a lot of things that kind of get missed and that I don't think people really pay attention to, just how much labor is involved in educating the youth. So I appreciate that. Go ahead.
One more thing, sorry. Was the schedule for the committee shared during the application process?
It was part of the application. It was both in the, I want to say it was also in the newsletter blurb, what that would be, and it was in the application. But while I have a second, I would also just say for whoever is listening, if you go to our district website under community and then district committees, you'll find the K-5 adoption committee link, and that's where you'll find all the information about the public review and the schedule for the public review as well.
And will there be online curriculum that can be reviewed?
There are digital components to each of the instructional materials that were submitted, but the access codes will be here to ensure the integrity of those codes for the companies.
Okay, so if they come here, will there be computers that they can log into? Okay. I just know it's a lot of material, so to be able to review it, I think we would have more participation if people had the ability to do it from home.
So none of the materials are 100% virtual or digital. They would be a mix of the physical, like teacher's edition, student consumables, and some online components for teachers. So they would only be getting a fraction of that if they just did the digital codes. And like I said, for the integrity of the review, we would need them to be here because those codes have been distributed in other school districts, not Higley, have been distributed, and then they've received feedback from people in other countries.
Oh.
And we want to ensure that we are getting Higley feedback.
Got it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing with that is if their books were online, then we wouldn't need to buy them anyway. So some of this stuff is you just have to physically touch the ancillary materials and like that. But I also wanted to compliment, you included Mr. Schroep, and some adoptions forget about the tech person, and then it becomes a problem afterwards. It's good to make sure everything works and will be functional here in Higley before you adopt something that you then have to go back and fix. So good job.
Sorry. And the physical books, will they be kept in the classroom, or will the students be able to take them home, or how does that work?
It would really depend on the adoption that we went with, because each one is unique. Some of them is, that was really poor grammar. Some are an anthology, so it would be like the actual big textbook that we're used to seeing. Some of them are individual trade books. So it just depends on the grade level and the adoption. Some of them are read-alouds that they participate in the classroom. Some of them are independent reads where they might need to take them home, but more than likely not in K-5, they would stay in the classroom.
Okay. I just worry about these kiddos carrying heavy books in their backpacks.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to, thank you, Ms. Davis. Item 7.2, 2026-2027 Maintenance and Operations Budget Discussions and Timeline. Mr. Lotzenheiser.
President Wade, members of the board, and members of the community listening, one thing that, the goal of the discussion today is so that you as the governing board members can have an open discussion amongst yourselves about the priorities that you have going into the budget process for next year. I think you're receiving a lot of feedback from the community, from our staff, about what are the priorities. And I want people to understand that while I can meet with each of you individually and we can have these discussions, you are not allowed to get together and meet and have these discussions unless we're in a public forum, which is where it is today. And so the idea of it's really a minimal presentation of what I have, and that is what I've had in our one-on-one meetings with you. I try to digitize it. We'll see how it goes. Okay, give me a whiteboard and we've been okay. But go through this and then allow you to have discussions about what your priorities are so that I can, with the members of the board and the cabinet then, come up with plans that help support the ideas that you have, help as well as when we get feedback through our meet and confer process with our teachers and any community members that continue to reach out. So the goal is to just tell you this is where we're at, because we hear a lot of different conversation about things, and to allow you guys to have a discussion together about what then next steps, because then when I come back in January, would we bring different options for us to discuss in beginning of January with ultimately at the end of the January, making a decision about what our next steps are or what our budget's gonna look like. The reason we're doing January, because that gives us time then to have conversations with people where we might be reducing positions, and so we can do that before contracts come out. So here we go. All right, so the reason I put up 3 years here, because I think we need to look at the 3-year impact of what's happening. But first and foremost, all right, we need to talk about enrollment reduction. Okay, and I want to be very specific. When we have less kids, we need less teachers and less supports. This is not related to an override. This is related to our ADM. And when we looked at our ADM and saw how there's different reductions that happen to that, we know we're going to need less. So if I have less students, I'm going to have less teachers. Typically in the past, we have gone through with attrition to help fill those because we know we do have people that leave and we just don't fill when they leave. This process would be happening if we were gaining kids. We would be coming, instead of standing up saying approximately $3 million loss every year, we'd be coming saying we're adding to our budget because we're gaining kids. So this idea of enrollment, whether it's reduction or loss, is something that happens every single year. Okay, I think it's been emphasized to us over the past 3 years because we've seen that about 300 ADM decline as it goes through. So when you see that $3 million, it's not an exact amount. And the reason it's not an exact amount is because we have group of B weights. And so we know that some of our students require more funding and get more funding because they require more services. And honestly, within public schools and public district schools, that's a huge thing. When you just saw what happened in terms of our budget where our ADM went down, but our budget increased. How does that happen? Because the kids who came had different group B weights, which then provided us different money. The flip side is, going back to last month or 2 months ago when we approved changing our SPED budget because we're using that money to spend it when we're outplacing them to different programs. So the $3 million is a conservative estimate in there. It's probably somewhere between $3 and $4 million when we go down to group B weights, but we're not going to know that until the kids are here, and it's hard to anticipate that early. All right, so I just want to make sure that we understand through all of these discussions, the enrollment loss is going to be something that's going to be consistent and separated from the override and the reduction based on the override. What are we anticipating over the next 2 years for the override? Remember, the totality of the override was around $15 million. And so if you think about that from a 5-year commitment, because we got it fully funded for 5 years, that was $75 million that we had spread over 5 years. Now that we're in the reduction phase, we already reduced this year's budget by a certain amount. Next year, we're anticipating needing to reduce, due to the override, by an additional $4.8 million. The year after that, the override will be completely gone, which means we have to reduce by the last $4.2 million. And so when we start talking about where does the override reduction aligned with the reductions that we made in totality, you can see that 3 million is going to stay about consistent. That's our 300 kids, as long as we're staying at 300 kids, 300 ADM, excuse me. But the loss of the override is where you see the green. And I want to, again, just reiterate those two things, because with less kids, we're going to need less teachers and less supports. But the override is where we're going to look. There's been a big question out there, mentioned by our speakers here, mentioned by you as board members, is carry forward. Carry forward, in layman's terms, is your savings account. When you don't spend everything that you budgeted, you get to keep it. This has been our savings account. We're anticipating going through this process of being about $17 million. Now, you just saw in the presentation earlier that going into this current year, not next year, we anticipated about $21 million, but because we've been given some one-time funding, it's going to increase. And that's what you saw in that earlier presentation. While we anticipate a $17 million carry forward, there are also some things that and I don't think this is creative, this is just ways that we could increase the carry forward should you want to spend the carry forward down on some of these programs. For instance, by us reducing from a K-12 adoption to a K-5 adoption, we're anticipating somewhere between $500,000 to $1 million savings. Where would that savings go into? That would go into carry forward. We would be allowed to add that into the carry forward, therefore increasing that amount. Again, that gives us the buffer to offset the loss of the override. And so while we would love to say that it's easy for us to predict 16 to 18 months in advance exactly what that number is going to be, this is not an exact science. We're dealing with estimations. When everything's finally added up, well and done in October, when we truly can figure out what our absolute carry forwards are moving forward. But I think for us, and for me specifically, the directions I've been giving our staff is, if there is a way to hold on and save to increase the carry forward, then let's look at that. Knowing that that is an option should the governing board want to do, to spend down the carry forward to help reduce, to help look at the losses from the override. 2 meetings ago, we talked about possibly having, one of the goals would be, let's have a discussion on what the appropriate side of a carry forward is. And so when I talk with other districts and talk with different people, how much money do we need to keep forward in a carry forward? And there's a couple different factors that come into place, but honestly, ours is on the larger side. And so we do have that opportunity if we want to take a look at it moving forward. And so there's about $17 million in there, possibly more. Last meeting, we also talked about the Classroom Site Fund. Now, the Classroom Site Fund is not generated necessarily off of what the state's giving us, but it's off the sales tax. And the thing about the Classroom Site Fund is that it can only be used specifically for a few people within the district. So Classroom Site Fund can be used for our certified teachers, and some of the supports for those teachers cannot be used for classified, and it cannot be used for administration. And so that is very limited scope onto what we have. We do have a carry forward within the Classroom Site Fund as well, but remember, when we go to look at spending those monies down, it's only for a certain member of our employee groups, not for all of our employee groups. One thing that's hanging out there that gets discussed every now and then, and that I think you as board members need to be aware of, I know we're aware of it as cabinet members, but for the public to be aware of it, is something called the AEL, Aggregate Expenditure Limit. This is a legislative mandate that for the past few years has been put on pause. It's something that legislatures are the ones that can make that decision whether to uphold us to the AEL, a law written in the 80s, or not. If the legislature through their process adopts a budget where the AEL is enacted, we would immediately then be required, for us, the impact of the AEL is about $15.5 million that they would turn and then take it out of our budget, take it out. We wouldn't get the funds for it. So that's been an interesting dynamic for districts to try to navigate. knowing that going through a budget cycle, if it's put in place, we could possibly, if we have less than the AEL, run out of money. However, for the idea that where we are in terms of Higley, I don't know of another district that has enough money in savings to cover the AEL loss. If the AEL honestly was enacted, it would be a very negative thing on all of public education, not just in Higley. And so, but sometimes those conversations come up and say, where does that have through the budgeting process through our legislatures? And that's not something we have control over, yet it would directly impact us if it were to be put in. And so I guess my questions to you are, as you have this discussion today, is I would like to know some guidance on your thoughts on how you would like to look at the carry forward and what specific things you can look at. Because there we could look at the $4.8 million and say we are going to reduce our staffing amounts and our budgets by $4.8 million. Or knowing that we have a carry forward, are you interested in what would your priorities be in terms of spending some of that carry forward? Again, I can have these conversations with you guys individually, but I think it's important for us as a district and as a governing board to have those conversations out loud to help give us direction to then come back and give you options to be able to choose from for the best direction of our district. Hopefully that made sense. And now I'm going to turn it over to you to have the discussion and help identify for us what, as board members, your priorities are for the cabinet, for the finance team, so that we can know what direction you would like us to head.
Ms. Lotzenheiser, just as I understand it, do we have a statement from Ms. Schultz for, because I know it's difficult via...
She did send one in just in anticipation, and that if something happened and she got disconnected, I'm happy to read the statement from Mrs. Schultz to be able to be read instead of trying to do it over the phone. So she's there. And so if you'd like, I can start with that statement, and then you guys can go further into having your discussion or moving back and forth. Mrs. Schultz, if that's okay with you, just to make it easier for people, I know you'd sent a statement ahead of time.
Yeah.
That's just fine, Mr. Lotzenheiser.
Okay, I'm more than happy to have you say it.
I said that's just fine. I can hear you guys very well. I know it's difficult to hear me.
Okay, then I will read this. So this is from Mrs. Schultz, and I'll do my best. This is not the position I had hoped our district would be in, but I believe much of it stems from false narratives that have circulated in our community. Regardless, we must move forward, and I hope our community will understand that these funds are necessary for our schools to function at the level our students deserve. I want to be clear. I do not want to see our specials or our dual language immersion programs eliminated from the school day. These programs enrich our students' experiences, broaden their learning, and are part of what makes our district special. Preserving them for as long as possible must remain a priority. We do have carry-forward funds available, and while they will help us get us through the next couple of years without extreme cuts, they will not last long. I would like Superintendent Lotzenheiser, the Cabinet, and our finance team to work diligently to ensure we are not eliminating specials, DLI, or any programs that make our schools exceptional. My hope is by the time this carry forward is exhausted, we will have secured the resources needed to sustain these programs long term. We must also acknowledge the real risk. Surrounding districts pass their overrides, and if we eliminate these valued programs, families will leave. I do not want to lose students, and we cannot afford to lose students. I want to maintain the vibrant, well-rounded education our community expects. I understand that any cuts we make will primarily come from K-6 or K-8, since additional programs at the high school level are funded through other mechanisms, including targeted funding and boosters. In addition, this is where we see the most growth. I am comfortable bringing our carry-forward balance down to 10% of our budget. I recognize the importance of maintaining a reserve and that cuts are still necessary, but this approach may allow us to make the smallest cuts possible right now. There are additional items I believe we need to evaluate in the future, but today my focus is on what we can do immediately to preserve the programs that matter most to our students and families. I know that our superintendent and staff have been working diligently to do what is best for our students, teachers, and staff, and I appreciate that and look forward to trying to work through this so we have the least amount of cuts to what matters the most, our students. I urge our community to seek out reputable, factual information about how public school funding works. We must move forward together supporting our amazing programs, teachers, and district and advocating for the adequate funding our legislature has failed to provide.
Well, I was going to say, let's just get started and everyone can express where they're at, and then at least we have a starting place, because if we are all of a similar page, then it makes it easier for cabinet. So.
Okay, well, well said, Ms. Schultz, and well delivered, Mr. Lotzenheiser. You know, it's important to understand and remember that a huge portion of our budget, about 70 to 80% of a school budget is M&O, and then of that, about 70 to 80% is staff and salary and benefits. So when you talk about cuts, I mean, you can cut all, you can cut admins, you can cut all this stuff. Ultimately, class sizes are going to get larger, class offerings are going to be fewer, and we'll probably have fewer teachers. All right, but having said that, I am strongly in support of elementary specials. I would not like to see those cut at all. And the same thing, I think our dual language program is something that I'm very proud of. Obviously, the folks that are in that program really see the value in it, and I just see it just growing. I understand, sometimes there have to be adjustments. So to echo what Ms. Schultz said, to draw down the surplus to between 8 to 12% seems reasonable to me to do. That'll get us through. But we will still have to continue to work on demonstrating the necessity and importance of funding so that we can offer these things. So for this coming year, I would love to see specials just not be talked about anymore and just continue on as they're doing. Same thing with dual immersion or the dual language program. But I also just want you guys to hear me, and I at Cabinet, everybody who's in an admin or a coaching role, whenever you're talking to staff, take the time to ask them, what things can we take away from you that are adding stress, whether it costs money or not? Because when you're starting to make these cuts and you're cramming more and more kids in classrooms, it's a harder job for people to do, and we want our teachers to stick around. It's expensive. Ms. Johnson, you'll attest this. It's expensive to have to retrain new teachers year after year. If we can keep them, that's a significant saving. So I really think when you're meeting, even with your textbook committee, what are things we can save on? What can we take away? What can we get rid of? And just to continue to have that conversation, because if it's just the 5 or 6 of us making decisions, that's just not a recipe for success. Involve people, listen to them. They're not always going to get their way. I mean, sometimes things are going to have to be cut. Sometimes teachers have to be moved from one campus to another, and that stinks and it's terrible, but did we do it the right way? Did we communicate with people? So I just want to encourage our leaders to do that, to ask those questions to everybody, to like even our custodians. What can we do better? They'll have ideas. There are things that they think about, but if they're not asked, then they don't feel valued. So we make a serious effort to do that. It's really important when you're making these decisions.
You guys, honestly, this is so hard. I'm so grateful for all the time that Superintendent Lotzenheiser has taken to individually, because yeah, it is kind of challenging because we've all got to be individual when it comes. I am all about keeping as much in that carryover. I think it's really fiscally responsible. I mean, in our own personal lives, who doesn't have a savings? I've learned, first-handedly that that's very important. I'm okay with kind of knocking it down a little bit, but also be realistic. I don't really know the foresight of the next couple years. So we also have to plan accordingly and kind of cover our bases. That way, if worst case scenarios do happen. And this might be an unpopular belief, but I've talked to a few people about these dual language programs, and a lot of people rave about it. And you guys, honestly, I've read the research. Brains usually develop and advance so much, and it really can just propel kids and really do such great work with the bodies. But then also, sadly, I've heard some rough situations where it can be a little bit too much on some of the children's plates. So parents, please touch base with your kids. Make sure that these extra kind of dual language programs are actually working for them, not kind of, bombarding or overwhelming them to the fact that it's affecting their core curriculums. So I think if we can also touch base with the parents and just make sure these extra specials are very appropriately utilized by people that encourages their students to thrive, if that makes sense. And then once we have those solid numbers, then we keep kind of keeping these specials, music, all the research is there, you guys. All the movement, all the things with these younger generations. And honestly, that's my biggest gripe in general with public school is our kids are meant to move. They're meant to get kind of more of that physical kind of aspect. They're young. And so really utilize that because it helps them grow. It helps their growth. And also, just sometimes less is more when it comes with those younger grades. Okay, let's see. Superintendent, utilize the attrition. Did I say that right? Mm-hmm. Just utilize what you can. And if cuts need to be made, just be as speedy as you can with that, because I am very mindful, but I understand that certain things, you guys, this is a hard decision we got to make, and I'm not envious of your position at all, but I do think it's very kind to give people adequate heads ups, to give them adequate time to go look at other districts, and hopefully it works out in their benefit. But I really, if something needs to kind of be addressed or anything like that, I do think it's polite thing to do to give them adequate time to adapt, if that makes sense. I mean, it's a hard call, but it is kind to kind of let them know ahead of time as best as you can. All right. I think that was it. I hope that was good, you guys. Oh.
So obviously this is never easy. As a staff member who worked here the last time the override failed and felt what that felt like, two things that I will express. Thing one, at the time, we did not have a district office that I felt cared about what that impact would be on our staff at all. And the cuts that were made were things to staff and only staff is what it felt like. In that elementary, you were on duty every day. That's ridiculous. That's hard. That's a very difficult expectation because we all get overstimulated, we all get overwhelmed, and we look at those parts as being vital to our ability to continue to do our job well. For those parents who love it when teachers update them or they send the classroom notifications and those types of things, it's because we create space in the day for them to be able to do that, and that matters. We also look at, and we have people on the outside of here who say that we need to talk about and focus on academics. I agree with you, and if you want to focus on academics, that does not stop with talking about specials, with talking about recess, with talking about lunch and the amount of time that we have for these types of things. Every single one of these aspects go into the development and their performance academically. So if you want to look at why Higley does well on our tests and why we continue to do well, is because we offer programs that other elementary schools still do not. And to say that we need to keep them, it is so overwhelmingly frustrating to sit on this side for an obscene amount of time to have community members continue to say that they are upset with a lack of transparency. I challenge you to go to other public school districts around here as well as every charter district you send your children to. We are more transparent than we have to be. We go above and beyond in all of these. Look what you're doing right now. This very thing is part of that. This matters, and how we decide what decisions we're making, and whatever we decide, no matter what, comes to some sort of harm. Because if we clean out our savings, right now we are paying for cooling towers at 2 of our schools. We're renting equipment. That is going to be costly because their AC units have broken. We have aging buildings, and so part of that savings is a result of those aging buildings. And we work hard to go to the state to get those things done, but we have to wait for the state to provide those fundings. And I forget the three-letter, SFD. Look at me remembering letters. We send those out, and at the start of the year, they already have more requests than the money they have available. And we cannot pay to fix these things if we hope for the state to then reimburse us money on the back end. Because if we do, they go, well, then you didn't need it to begin with. This is a poor system. Our laws for the AEL, which I agree with you, is held hostage. It's held over our head in a way that, again, we have no say in this. And it is a large portion of our budget. Because the law was written the year of my birth, I believe, in 1987. That's crazy. That's crazy. And we also just recently had a court case in which we've shown that public schools do not get equitable funding when compared to other public entities like charter schools as well as public funds that go through the ESA. This impacts us in every decision we make. This matters. You talk about academic performance. Higley is remarkable, especially considering how small we are and what we have to compete with. I cannot convey enough, and all of us are going to figure out in the conversations I have had, or how can we do better to get our community to understand how amazing Higley is. Because it's easier to listen to the negative than it is to the positive, every time. It is easier for me to pay attention to the things that are upsetting me than it is to pay attention to the things that are going well. And we are all victims of it, and we are all experiencing these problems. And at the same time, it comes down to it hurts kids. Plain and simple. It hurts our students. I will not support anything that gets rid of specials. I won't. I won't do it because it harms kids directly. It harms their performance, it harms their mental health, it harms things that every single person, regardless of what side of some ideological spectrum you exist on, we all can agree are things that matter. So this should be universal for all of us. We should all be on the same page to say specials must stay. English, and math and science, and I'm going to throw social studies in there even though it never is included. All of those things matter, but if there aren't opportunities to create space for kids to be creative, to look at things in a different way, move around, all of that, it will harm their academic performance. Band, choir, orchestra, also, I don't support getting rid of those things. I don't, and I won't, when there are options in front of us. And right now, I recognize that we have community members, and in some cases board members, who say things like, well, this is what we need to do. So then let's talk about that. And if this is what we end up doing, then it is my expectation that every single one of you going into next year, when we say we no longer have the carry forward that we do, we are no longer living with the savings that you claim we need to solve this situation, because we are looking long term, not just 1 year at a time. And unfortunately, all we are looking at right now is 1 year. That's it. And we have to look at 1 year because, again, 15% of our budget, that is huge with what an override provides. And that's for 7 years. And I get that it starts to fade out, so really we're getting 5 of fully funded. That matters to our community. And so I agree with those who are here in terms of specials should be something that we look at and figure out what kind of ways we can and how much is it really going to cost us to say our specials should stay. Especially considering the fact that we are trying to get more people to come here and other places have less specials to begin with, not to mention whatever cuts they may find themselves doing in the near future, because they are in similar boats. I support DLI programs and other programs that not only bring students in from outside of our district, but show how amazing our performance can be, and to add to the science of that, absolutely help academic performance overall, especially once we get through, because I agree with you, Ms. Jarman, there are some difficulties, especially in the earlier grades, and then they kind of make up for it on the back end, but it is hard during that time frame. And I think those things matter. The other thing that I hope that we will look at, and it's part of the reason that I think that it's on there, is our classroom site fund, in that we have staff that we did not give raises to. And if we're sitting here and we say we care about you, what you do matters, and we are looking at every single way to show that you matter, then we should give them raises. I don't know how much that costs, and I don't know what that looks like, and at the end of the day, that is what you all are going to provide for us. But how do we look at our staff another year and say, continue to do a profession that is harder than it has ever been, in a world right now that feels harder to live in than anything, because it's as if it's an entire history book at once for our lives in these last 7 years. And how do we say, stay? You matter, we care about you, and we need you to continue to do the exemplary work that you have been doing. So for my vote, my focus, my goal is absolutely how can we get creative with what is available to us and understand that this is literally only a stopgap. Because when this is not here, this doesn't come back. This is not as if this exists every single time. Beyond that, we have last year's cut combined with next year's cut, and then the cut after that, that continues. It's not as if it's just a small amount, because that 15% adds up. We just phase it out 8% at a time, so it's not such a shock to the district. Those things matter. So specials are my number one, which I believe is what you asked for in terms of importance, hands down, because that helps our students above and beyond. I think DLI programs are great, and I think there are ways that we can change how they look, so the impact of that isn't as financially big as it needs to be, with whatever kinds of combinations or things that you can do to be creative in that area. But I also look at how can we reward the staff who are the ones who are doing their job remarkably well, continuing to put Higley in where we are at, which is top performance. And again, we are small, and I don't think people really recognize how remarkable it is for us to be the size that we are and do the things that we do. And I, again, cannot emphasize enough. So for every staff member, every parent that we have who cares about this, every person who sends their kid to this, talk to your neighbors. Start communicating with them. And I know that we live in a world in which that doesn't feel comfortable anymore. It's time to start getting uncomfortable. Because if you don't want to sit here and you don't want to continue to make very difficult decisions for your children's future, then maybe you be a little bit uncomfortable on the way to the mailbox today. And if we can all do that, then maybe we no longer have to continue to nickel and dime our children and say that you don't matter enough for us to figure out how to show you that you matter. Your interests beyond math and science and English matter. Go ahead, Ms. Van Hook.
Okay, just a few things that I would like before we make a decision, if I can just read them off. I'd like to see a breakdown of the specific schools and grade levels contributed to the decline in the ADM. If we can get an updated list of where students left, ESAs, charters, other districts. I know we got one several weeks ago, but I'd like to see an updated one. What actions we're going to take to address the elementary level attrition. List of the capital savings from unspent construction projects. A breakdown of what positions the 4.8 and the 4.2 would include. And then the, we're not using any of the one-time funding to make, to offset any of the reductions that are permanent, correct?
The one-time funding, as we're putting them in there, they just go into the carry forward.
The carry forward, okay.
And so knowing that we have it once, we can put it in, and it, like I said, that's 17 million, right? If the additional one-time funding or goes to any way that we save, we'll just increase that. And so by maybe making choices where this year, instead of purchasing something, an example is the ELA adoption, we can say, let's hold off of that because we can take that savings and put it in there. So maybe that 17 million becomes 18 million, becomes 19 million. Obviously, it doesn't continue on in perpetuity, right? Because we're not getting funded for it, but it can put in there. So then when you look at these stop gaps and you start slowing the decline that we need to do because of the 4.8 and 4.2. And so, you know, again, my goal in coming to this today is I need your voices to help drive your priorities. And that's what I need to hear. And so that's what I've heard some of them, like, what is your priorities? But what is your priorities in terms of where we want to do those things? And then I can come back and bring back options when we're in January. And so, I'm hearing loud and clear from 3 members for sure, 4 members that says elementary specials, I don't want them to leave, right? I want DLI programs. We talk about what kind of programs attract people to our schools, right? How do we look at differentiating that? When you look at a DLI program, we know that a DLI program adds to our schools, right? And so, again, regardless of all of that and lowering those down, that 3 million, we're gonna have to reduce that. And I wanna make that very clear again. There will have to be staff reductions based upon enrollment. And if attrition works, then attrition is where we go. If we don't have enough by attrition, then we'll come back to the governing board and talk about what does a RIF policy look like. And that's a reality of where we're at. Yeah. Does that, if that makes sense?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that there's no permanent decisions being made with one-time funding, but I do have more questions or things that I would like before we make a decision. I'd like to know, you might have mentioned it, but which specific Group B categories increased and the operational implications of those increases. I think you might have mentioned SPED.
So when we look at our Group B weights, right, the majority of our Group B weights are providing exceptional services for our students who have IEPs and unique situations that they're looking at. And so, as was referred to in the budget, even though we saw an increase, there are certain students with certain Group B weights that get funded not at the $5,000, but might get funded at $60,000 because of the needs necessary for us to be able to support them. Okay. And so, yes, those Group B weights, when I did mention that, and those are hard to predict because that's not just like one number, right? You have to get that. That's very student specific in terms of how that is managed, which is a huge shout out to our special ed department and Mrs. Miller for what she does to be able to manage all of that and manage the funding. And it was great that we could come back and say, hey, we know we're going to need more because we're on top of it, making sure that we're following through.
Thank you. And obviously I don't need answers now, but again, before a decision's made, I'd like to see a program cost versus revenue analysis, especially for our elementary programs where we're seeing the declines. And then also a vacancy and turnover analysis showing how unfilled positions impacted our carry forward.
I can address part of that just so people understand that cost. We have something, we call it vacancy savings, right? When someone leaves and we don't fill them, we have budgeted for them within our budget. And this is for the public as we go. We budget them, but if we're not paying anyone because there's no one in that position, where does that go? Where does that vacancy savings go? Again, that's how we have carry forward, or the carry forward can be a little bit different just so people understand that. If we have open positions that aren't filled for the length of where they're not filled, we don't have it. Now, some costs get offset by it. Like, so let's say I have a teacher that leaves, but I still have to hire a sub. But typically the subs don't cost as much as what the teacher would be, so that difference would be vacancy savings that we can turn around and put within the entire kitty of our carry forward.
And I just, back to part of the conversation that we had at the last board meeting with the classroom site funds, I do want to point out that there were several people that said that the current action pertains only to the 2025-26 school year. Both board member Glover and Wade said exactly that, but I want to make sure that it's clear that an increase to base salary is permanent. It's not for 1 year. And I'm happy that we can do that and we have the funds to be able to do that, but it is permanent, which means the following year the contracts start 6% higher, so it's not just a one-time fund.
Can I jump in and clarify something really quick? I know you've used the term 6%, and I've heard that quite a bit on looking at it, but in the compensation raise that was given to our teachers this year, it was not 6% of their total compensation at all.
No, that's not what I meant. It's 6% just in the base salary.
No, but when we say the term base salary, because I've been asked this question quite a bit, I didn't know we were getting 6%, and I just want to help clarify that, right? We have what's being paid out of M&O, and last year, none of that increased, and that's the majority of what a teacher's funding gets paid for out of that. And then out of the classroom side fund, I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, $400 some increase? 487. I know I was in Meekum for then, I just don't remember the exact number. Under $500 that the teachers was increased out of classroom side fund. And so but that classroom side fund portion of it's only 8,000 out of the whole totality of what's happening. And so I think to hopefully help clarify from the community some of the questions I'm getting that's saying, hey, I don't understand, did teachers get a 6% raise? No, in their terms of their total compensation, they did not. What they did is there was $500 that was added through the classroom site fund portion of everything. I think when we start looking at it, and these are conversations that I've had with each of you guys individually, you ask, what does compensation, what does raises look like? Right? If we were to say, you know, to go to board member Wade would say, what does it look like to increase compensation? Right? And so when we looked at it, we looked at what does it look like for a 2% on not just the classroom side fund, but the everything. A 2% raise, just so you know, for the district is about $900,000 for certified teachers. Okay? And Sharon, if I'm wrong, correct me, but we've talked about this a lot. But at the same time, we also look and say we can compensate teachers, but I think it's important for us to compensate everybody in the district. Because, you know, when you're talking about morale and culture, when you only give to one group and not give to the other group, when that teacher in the classroom is getting a raise, but that para in the classroom who is very vital to small group instruction and supporting the needs of our individual students doesn't, I want to be very cognizant that for me as a superintendent, I support giving those compensation increases to everyone. And so when we looked at it, just for your point of reference, about $900,000 for our certified, about $600,000 for our classified, for our non-certified people. And so when you look at a compensation raise, and that's 2%. Why did I pick 2%? Because 2% is typically what the budget increases by from what the state gives us. And so when you look at a 2% increase, okay, it would be about $1.5 million district-wide to compensate all members in our district looking at it. So, and that's based upon not just, can I use classroom site fund to support teachers in it? Yeah. But we can't use it to support the paras, you know, or different people. That would have to come directly out of the M&O carry forward.
Yes. So when I say 6%, the difference between what it was in the base salary on that document to what it was increased by, $400, $500, that portion is 6%. Is
6% of the $8,000 coming out of specifically classroom site fund, not their overall total compensation.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and I got a lot of questions about that, so I appreciate you bringing it up. So hopefully we can help clarify for everyone where that percentage came from.
And then,
right?
You know, we've talked about the need for funding and the override, but we can see that our carry forward continues to grow, which is great. And we do have the funds that we can utilize in order to cover the 4.8 and the 4.2. And as I've said before, we have the funds, we should be able to utilize that. And I've also mentioned before where there used to be a cap on M&O and that cap was removed. And our M&O has grown to be, last time it was, 18% of our budget, our M&O budget, where we used to be 6%, 4% was the cap, and being able to manage that. So we do have the funds. I'm happy that we're able to use that, but I also would like to know what positions would fall in those categories, because for me as well, I do not support cutting any programs. Programs are what brings students into our district. That's what attracts families into our district. And that's what, helps students enjoy the activities that outside of, basic classes that they enjoy doing. So I can't support any cuts to that. But at the same time, we have the classroom site funds. Our M&O grew by an additional $2 million. We have the funds. We can still be able to have, after spending the money in order to pay for those positions, in order to save programs, we still end up with quite a bit in our M&O to be able to carry forward into next year. So,
Board Member Van Cook, can I jump in for a second? Because I want to reiterate what you're saying, because I agree. Right, looking at it, like, we do have money, and I think this is the question that we as a district are looking at, and you as a board, what we'll bring to you as a board, right? Can I look and say, hey, I'm going to just take $4.8 million right off the top. We're only going to cut and make adjustments determined by loss of enrollment, nothing about the override. But this goes back to the one-time versus continuous that you talked about before, right? So by doing that, where does that $4.8 million go? It goes to the next year. And so now, instead of looking at a 4.2 million and alone, right, it goes to 4.2 plus 4.8, so about $9 million then, that we know that we're over budgeted from what's coming into us. And then we would have savings down to maybe 12 million. If we're fiscally conservative on spending now, maybe it's about 14 million. You're right, so we can do that decline, and those are the things that we have to be very cognizant about, right? Like, how much are we committing to, robbing Peter to pay Paul? I don't know, like, how much are we kicking the can? I've heard that term as we're moving down, and that's why I appreciate you giving us guidance on where we can do that, and I've heard when we individually talk about what is an appropriate percentage, which is a conversation we wanted to have anyway, and how do we work if it's 10%, let's say it's 10%, then that means that would be about $9 million. And we're sitting at 17 right now, so how do we take that 8 million and spread it out to help reduce what's happening in the cuts that we're looking at to get us down there? But we know, though, where's the cliff? The cliff's when we reach that point, right? And that's the cliff. Then you have to look and say, what are how drastic are the reductions going to be? First of all, thank you very much for having this conversation. I know no one wants to have it, but I appreciate you guys coming on the dais right now and help giving us direction then to turn around and come give you guys options and plans that you as a board can say what's going to be best for our fiscal health moving forward. Okay.
And I mean, one of the biggest concerns is, just talking to community members, was the fact that we did have this money in our M&O. And so I think that when we can be this transparent and show them, hey, this is what we have, we can, we're going to utilize it to be able to protect our programs, but we still, due to declining enrollment, we are having to make cuts, and we're showing that separately so people can clearly see the difference between the cuts. And then when it comes time to, possibly considering another override, then we can show the community, this is what we had, this is what we used, and this is what we have left. And the conversation could be different at that point. And at the end of the day, I think that we do need to make a huge effort in being able to identify different ways to be able to attract more families. That is going to help with, obviously, more money coming into the district because we have more families bringing their children here. And look at other revenue streams. I know we haven't talked about it, but the sale of the land that we have, are we selling it, are we leasing it? That's another conversation that needs to be involved, and what the potential revenue could be from that. And at that meeting, when it was first presented to us, I had asked, did we have an analysis of, the cost, or what it would look like? And I was told that couldn't be provided until it was approved. Well, now it's been approved, so, we need to see what that looks like, and what our options are there, and the income that could bring to us.
If I can jump in, I completely agree with that. Now that it is approved, like, what are the next steps? And I know, Sharon, I'll be honest with you, there are people reaching out to us every day and saying, what are we doing with the property, right? What are we looking at that? Like, they're chomping at the bit, right, to get in. So I think the discussion is going to be what are the short-term effects of happening for a sale, and what are the long-term effects of going for a lease, and how would we balance the two of those things together, right? Because that ultimately will be the decision. Do we sell or do we lease, right? In terms of that. The hard part with that, by going through this process, when do we start seeing a recoup? Probably 2 years, 2 to 3 years from when we can do that. That process does take a little bit longer in terms of what we're going to do with that property. However, I agree that needs to be a conversation that we have and that we can bring forward. And so where does that land? Where does that fall in terms of the process and making some of these decisions? I agree.
Thank you. Yes. All right, Superintendent Lotzenhauser. Okay, so what do you need from us? Like, should we kind of just communal and agree kind of like on potential percentage in the carryover, or what are some decisions we need to make tonight? I'm all about getting more information and kind of cross-analyzing and have you dig in deep and to see what programs, and how much they draw people in and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, what do you need from us tonight?
Since it's not an action item, I don't have anything for you to vote on or anything like that. I think what you've given me will allow us and my staff to come and give you some scenarios and say, if you want to spend down $5 million out of the carry forward, this is what it would look like. If you wanted to reduce it by $3 million, if you want to give a 2% raise, I can provide you for those when we come back in January, some specific things. So honestly, the feedback that I'm giving you from you now is very much important. I'm hearing loud and clear, don't eliminate elementary specials. Okay. So when I put the plan together, that's not going to be a part of the plan, because every single one of you have mentioned that specials are very important to what happens. Loud and clear, right? Look at DLI. DLI is a program that brings it in. Is it going to be exactly the same because of enrollment? Because our Spanish enrollment DLIs at Santan is not small, but our Mandarin is smaller. Do there need to be adjustments that are made there, but not eliminating it? I'm hearing loud and clear from all of you saying we need to have programs that keep people into our schools. I get that. So that's what I get. And so, again, the feedback that I'm getting from you, and I appreciate you doing it in a public forum, because I can get this one-on-one from each of you, but I think it's important from a transparency standpoint that all of you have the opportunity to explain to the community what your priorities are. So I don't need necessarily any of that specifics, because I think you've given me. When we come back in January then, I can have plans that you guys can talk about, right? That was my intention by today, is to be able to have this discussion moving forward.
All right, thank you for all of that. And thank you, everybody, for everything that you contributed. So just to, we're kind of tap dancing around it, but if there are personnel decisions that need to be made, just to be, straightforward and honest, for me, it would be reducing, I hate to say that word, but maybe some of the non-classroom teachers. For example, I think if you're going through an ELA adoption, you kind of need a coordinator for a couple of years till everybody gets it. But since we haven't had a social studies adoption in many years, if I was looking to maybe, it can come in cycles. Maybe it becomes a 3-year rolling position. It's ELA and then science as you adopt it, or math, if you need to make those cuts. I think those are important positions. I've done those jobs. So to even talk about it is I know that I don't want to devalue the work that those folks do. And then Mr. Lotzenhauser and I talked, instructional coaches is very popular, but you know, if for a year or something, and here's the thing, we usually take our best teachers out of the classroom, and that pains me. And then sometimes the intention is always good, but when we don't differentiate, when we have these PLCs and things like that, we don't differentiate like we do. You know, for example, like we were laughing, like a PE teacher doesn't really need to know about Socratic seminars, but we do that. And so maybe some schools have gone back to the old, you know, find a teacher that's a lead teacher, that does the things that maybe some of our PLC times or instructional coaches do, and just give them a small stipend to look out for the people in their department for whatever initiatives we have. You know, and then, you know, early release too, is that effective? My bias is at the end of a long day, I'm just not in the headspace. Like, you know, I got missing papers, phone calls to make, all sorts of things. My headspace is never in a good place at the end of a day. I don't know why we do it to ourselves, but Wednesdays for the last 2 years at 6th grade, it was my least favorite day of the week. And that's mean to say, I don't mean it in a mean way, but it was exhausting. You're packing a full day into a shorter day, and then it's like you have 2 hours of extra work on top of it. So anyway, those are things. I also think we should review our technology programs. I know we do that, but maybe just re-emphasize it. And I don't want to scare people, but as an example, like we pay for Canvas, Google Classroom is free. I don't love the idea of making everybody redo all that work, because I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here about stressing people out. But are there programs that we just maybe don't need or are outdated or we've just been paying for them? Really look at the usage of them. And I know that some people will be, you know, this is near and dear to me, but if it's 10% of the people or 20% of the people and 80% aren't really using it, maybe that's something that we look at to go away. And then I know it's been talked about, nobody mentioned it, but we are different from some of our neighboring districts with our elementary assistant principals. I think the stress level is super high and you can never be gone. I've worked at all the elementary schools where I have worked in another district, almost never had an assistant unless they were gigantic. But those folks, whenever they leave, who's in charge? When two kids get into a fight, like it's the front office staff that are not paid enough to try to handle those things. So the other thing that it sounds great on paper, but in practice, splitting an admin at 2 schools is a really tough, it's tough. No one survives that. I don't know anyone that's done that for more than a year or 2 as a stepping stone. That's a really hard thing as we talk about those. But I know that assistant principals at the elementary was talked about in 2008, and that was one thing that the people were really, the people that were doing the jobs really wanted that preserved back then in that conversation, I remember. So anyway, as we talk about that, anyway, to get to my point, sorry if I'm rambling, if you are going to cut admins, you do have to simplify the evaluation instrument. Please, and that takes work, but the board can approve a different evaluation instrument. If you're having the number of people that have to do all these things, and we want them by the time we issue contracts in March, simplify it for the people that have already been here for 7 or 8 years and that are doing a good job.
Again, I'd like to, or was that Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Schultz.
I wasn't saying anything. Did you?
No worries. Then I appreciate it. If you have something to say, Mr. Hartman, go ahead.
I do have, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Schultz.
President Wade, at this time, since Mr. Glover talked about this, I appreciate you bringing up the fact about the assistant principals and the surrounding districts. I actually didn't realize that. So I know Mr. Lotzenheiser read my statement, but that's something I would like to look at, explore, you know, how they're doing it and why we find a need for it, I guess. I know that won't make me popular with assistant principals.
Oh, and I should clarify too. So there's a size number at some of these other districts. If you're over, let's say, I don't know the number, I'll make it up, but if there's more than 1,000 kids, then they used to have like a dean position, and then if you had like 1,200 kids, then you had a full-time assistant. But if you were down to like 400 or 500 kids, I mean, that was manageable. But I think like a 700, 800 maybe was a number.
President Wade, I just wanted to thank Board Member Glover. Those are some great ideas. And I thank you, admin, thank you everybody for like digging in and really kind of seeing where the wiggle room is, where we can kind of maybe adapt. And also the community, you know, and sweet parents. You know, it's so hard because everything gets so charged up and their sweet students are in these schools and we've got to make kind of some hard decisions. So please be gracious and for all these hardworking admin and staff. And I'm so grateful for all the teachers and everybody who's in the classrooms that do the good work. And I really feel like some teachers are second parents. I mean, honestly, their work is so cut out for them. And so I'm grateful that we were able to kind of really propel them with and show them kind of where it counts, you know, their salaries, and making sure that we show the value and that we're able to really sustain them in that. That way they don't feel the need to, you know, go elsewhere at this point. So I'm grateful that we can kind of prioritize also that and really support the people who are doing the hard work. So, all right, thanks.
Before we move on, there are some things I'd like to reiterate again, just for folks who may not be understanding that aspect. And we had somebody speak in public comment tonight about that. Whatever decision we make now has consequences. There's no way around it. Whatever choice we make, there is going to be a consequence on the back end. Things to keep in mind with respect to how some of these decisions are here. One of the things Ms. Van Hook brought up is that we used to have a far lower percentage in carry forward. Things also used to cost a lot less. And so when some of these major incidents would happen, they are a lot less. Here are some things to keep in mind. Higley needs a new track. That's just real. That's a real thing that has to happen. Both of our high schools have gyms that can't fit the student body in forms of assemblies and those types of things. These things matter. And so we have now, for a couple of years, at least the time I have been on this board, had to make decisions of things that we had planned or the things that we wanted to do, i.e. social studies curriculum, for example, that hasn't been touched in forever. And we've had to put them to the side as means of saving. We already, as a district, have done great steps in doing what we can, where we can, and clearly here today we are having further conversation to continue those steps. I cannot emphasize this enough. Whatever steps we make right now is not a long-term solution. Even if we decide to sell that land, that is a one-time payment of something. It's not as if that revenue continues every single year. That is an override. That's what matters at the end of the day. And so we can take the position that we have and create it for ourselves, and thank goodness that we had smart financial planning when it comes to some of these things, because it's as if we saved for this. We saved to say, okay, we are going to do what we can to continue to have Higley be where it's at. Because if we don't do these things, I can tell you what happened before. We lost seasoned teachers. They go elsewhere. They go elsewhere to get raises, and they go elsewhere where they're appreciated, or they at least have a community that seems to support what it is that they do. And then they don't come back, and all we get are new hires. And what's real great is, as of late, thanks to recent legislation in the past few years that I have lived here, anybody can teach kind of deal, they don't stay. They don't. They get here and they go, my God, this is miserable, or this is harder than I thought it was, or this is just way more things than I was expecting, and then they leave. And now we have to find a sub, and we have to figure out what we're going to do, which is costly and is harmful to our students. Outright. So I am appreciative of the work that we are doing to try to create a solution, but I cannot leave without making sure that we understand whatever decisions that we are making and whatever we decide come January, we are creating a situation that we cannot come back from. There will be an end to how much we can save, because $4 million from last year and $4 million from this year and then $4 million the next year, as that fades out, is cumulative. It's not as if it's a one-time thing. That matters. when it comes to how we deal with that. And I appreciate, Mr. Lotzenheiser, that you have in the yellow the $3 million, because again, I don't think people understand this. Every year, as a result of our ADM loss, we staff teachers accordingly. Every year. I know this because they went from having 5 kinder teachers to now 4 kinder teachers, as well as there were other grades that were impacted and those types of things, at least at my elementary school. And I know this is true for all of the other elementary schools, in that we staff for the ADM loss. That is literally how this works. So when we come down to having discussions about what staff we're looking at, that is after we have already reduced staff to meet the student numbers that are here. That happens every single year. Every campus is given the amount of FTE that they will have, and it is up to that campus to decide how best to utilize it for what their specific needs are. Everything else after that ADM loss is purely M&O loss. So our decisions to look at what positions we don't have to fill, or how to utilize staff that we have in different places, or what positions that we cut, are not positions that are there for your students. They are positions that are there to provide your students with extra things and provide our staff with the support they need to continue to be great. So at the end of the day, our staff still gets harmed and our students still get harmed when we don't have some of those things. And that's important for us to keep in mind come January, when we ultimately pick whatever plan that you guys have put forth. So again, I'm appreciative, and it feels as if we are at least all on the same page, and that when we go, okay, let's use our carry forward to solve some of these problems, well then great. Then that means every single one of us can be on the same page as we talk about an override in the future, because there's no way we're going to get around it. So I'm appreciative of that. Unless somebody else has something to say, we can move on to action items. Is that enough or sufficient, Mr. Lotzenheiser, for your steps going forward?
Absolutely, and thank you. Thank you for you expressing your opinions and for that transparent discussion we just had.
This brings us to, hold on, let me cross off on my list, 8.1, approval of 2026-2027 course guides for high school, middle school, Higley Virtual Academy, and special education. Do I have any questions or comments from the board before I motion?
Yes. I just, for the special ed curriculum, so it was said that the Castle framework is not being utilized. Do we know when that changed?
President Wade, Board Member Van Hook, I do not know when it changed. I do know that when you brought it up in the last board meeting, I took note of it and decided to reach out to my team leads at the high school to kind of get some information on that. And they shared with me that they don't use it, they don't reference it. It's not part of the curriculum that they use within the communication strategies classes.
Do you know what framework they do use?
They use a lot of different resources. It really is based on each student's individual IEP and the needs that student has in that classroom. I can tell you that the communication class is primarily set up for kids that have behavioral needs and struggle with communication and dealing with high conflict situations, or situations where they need to deal with their own personal frustrations or struggles within a certain context.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the HVA, I'm guessing because sensitive material wasn't added to that, that it did not include any of that material?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President. So Mr. Lotzenheiser and I talked. There is a little section in there on, I don't know what page. We're looking at, we have a new interface here. It's like page 4. It says about audit status, and it talks about missing more than 10% of the semester, and we talked about it, but I just want to remind Mr. Fields, you know, post-COVID, we hear from a lot of teachers about absences. This is a tool that you can use if a student has excessive absences, and I think we should start to use it, and people will start to get the message that it's important to show up to school. When we have, and I'll talk about my wife, different district, but you know, when you have a kid that has 40 absences, I mean, I question okay, and there's exceptions to every rule, so I'm not talking about that, but if you have a kid that just doesn't feel like coming to school and their parents don't feel like making them come to school, I would put them on audit status at some point and have a discussion. And if, you know, attendance improves, great. But that is something that teachers are yearning for because it's a lot of work to make up stuff. And you know, when a kid misses class and you have an experiment or prepared or whatever, you're doing a writing assignment, it's difficult. So our teachers are begging for that. You have that tool, and I would just encourage you to have your admin teams at the high school level just revisit that, and you would have my support in enforcing that a little bit more than maybe, you know, we have since COVID.
President Wade.
Go ahead, Ms. Schultz.
Mr. Glover, I see where you're coming from, but I disagree with you. I think that as we're looking for kids and attracting kids and people looking for flexibility, if a student is doing well in a class, I don't see there's any reason to penalize them for missing for various reasons that they might miss. And I think it will only deter parents and make them want to homeschool their kids if we're doing something like that for kids that are getting good grades. So I would think that it would have to be on a case-by-case basis.
Well, yeah, I don't think we necessarily disagree. I mean, it's a case-by-case basis is fine, but I'm not sure that we're really. I'm saying this about Higley, but I think I'm applying it to all the schools that I read about. I just think that. I mean, I guess we could ask for a report and find out how many students do we have at Higley High at Williamsfield that have more than 10 absences. Well, I would say even 15, maybe more than 15 absences in the last maybe 2 semesters, and then we could know if it's a problem. But I think we do have some kids that have. You know what? I don't want to say that we have it, but I have heard of instances in other places where kids have missed, 40 days of school, and that concerns me. If it's that unimportant, then I mean, why come anyway?
President Wade. Board Member Glover, that's a great point, and I'm all about kind of that accountability aspect, and it helps teachers do their job. I did notice, though, with COVID, I have a lot of empathy for people who are going through health conditions, because it seems like especially parents have to be more cautious and all that kind of stuff, especially with COVID, and just so a case-by-case basis, but I do love that, how it would support the teachers in general. Thank you.
I do know that ADE is trying to work on something possible. I mean, we already have legislation, but I know they've been trying to push for more accountability when it comes to absences. And I don't know if we still do, chronic absence forms for the students that need those. But obviously those are few and far in between. But again, I think, unfortunately, COVID created a mess when it comes to, people not feeling like they should attend, but also for families to understand that that also impacts our funding. And so it's important that we have students that, attend their classrooms and not create extra work for staff to have to catch them up. And, all of it is important for not only the students themselves in order for them to learn, but also for our teachers so that they're not having extra work to have to do.
Okay, I motion that the governing board approve the 2026-2027 course guides for high school, middle school, Higley Virtual Academy, and special education.
Second.
I'm going to give that Mr. Glover, even though both of those were quiet. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And I'm an aye as well. Is that enough, Ms. Zimmerman, or do you want me? Okay, perfect. The motion carries 5-0. This brings us to item 8.2, approval of fiscal year 2026 budget revision number 1. Any questions or comments from the board before I motion? Okay, I motion that the governing board approve the revised expenditure budget number 1 for fiscal year 2026 as presented.
Second.
All right, Ms. Jarman seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Were you and I as well? Aye, motion carries 5-0. This brings us to item 8.3, approval of 2025-2026 HUSD goals. Any questions or comments from the board before I motion?
Yes, and this has come up a few times now, but I just want to reiterate on page 6, again, finding more ways to retain and attract more students, and being able to earn community trust, and that has got to be by actions and not just by words. And then indicator 4.4 on page 7, enforcement and accountability, I believe needs to be a part of that and a part of our best practices. That's all.
Okay. I motion that the governing board approve the 2025-2026 goals as presented. I need a second. No, I said I need a second. Second. All right, Mr. Glover. Mr. Glover seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Schultz is an aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. This brings us to item 8.4, approval of overnight and/or out-of-state travel, ESEA. Any questions or comments from the board before I motion?
Is this, President Wade, is this kind of needed for that staff to further professional development? And then do they sign the DEI waiver that they'll?
Every staff member who has a cert, in order to maintain a cert in this state, you have a certain number of years to get a certain number of hours. So PD is always needed for maintaining a cert. As far as I understand it, and Cabinet can correct me if I'm wrong, our specific staff member is presenting at this one. So not only are they presenting, they get the PD aspect of that, and then for every single one of our trainings, every staff member is aware of what our curriculum is and what it is that they need to bring back in terms of into the classroom.
Thank you.
Just based on my review of the 2024 conference, again, the organization's very heavy on DEI, CRT, and just race-based ideological concepts. And I understand that this is being paid out of, I forget. It is M&O, but I think they said like school level. I can't find it right now. But whether it's M&O, whether it's a grant, grants are taxpayer money too. It's not just some random money. So just based on that, obviously we don't get like a breakout of all the sessions or whatever. So I can't go off of this year, but based on last year's, I can't support spending taxpayer money on such organization.
To be clear, this is for dual language, yes? Is that what this
President Wade, yes, Ms. Harvey from Santan had submitted a proposal to discuss the shifts in daily language when it comes to dual language immersion, and the program is available for this year's conference. It is up, and it focuses in on federal funding from Title I to Title V and provides different instructional practices within that.
Awesome. And as far as the DEI is concerned, that is literally going to be the structure of a multiple language course, right? The idea of inclusion and equitable practices for folks who are either A, non-English speakers as the primary language, or B, learning a different language. So as far as those conferences having a lot of DEI language, again, it is hard in that That is a structure of education. We, as teachers, have to differentiate our instruction and make sure that we are being equitable and inclusive to all of the students in front of us. And a conference that is an education conference and is about multiple languages is going to include a lot of that language in general that gets flagged in other areas that is a cornerstone of education. So I respect everybody's right to feel some kind of way, but I think it is important to keep in mind that we are talking about education and what our responsibilities are in terms of being equitable and inclusive, because by law we ought to be, and that's kind of the structure of that. Go ahead.
There's being inclusive and equitable, but the fact that it's race-based concepts is the problem, which is why I can't support it.
Sure. I motion that the governing board approve the overnight and/or out-of-state travel, the ESEA.
Second.
Mr. Glover seconded. That was a weird S I just drew. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries 4-1. This brings us to 8.5, approval of intergovernmental agreement, IGA, between Higley Unified School District and the Arizona Department of Education for the Teaching Partners Program. Any questions or comments from the board before I motion?
Yeah, so the only reason I had this pulled is because I wanted to understand what the impact was going to be on teachers, and based on the answers that were provided, were sufficient.
Okay. I motion that the governing board approve the intergovernmental agreement between Higley Unified School District and the Arizona Department of Education for participation in the Teaching Partners Program.
Second.
Ms. Jarman seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-0. This brings us to future agenda items. Does anyone have any requests for future agenda items at this time? Okay, great. We're going to, at this time, take a brief recess while the board transitions to the floor for their board self-evaluation, as well as this gives us an opportunity to use the restroom. Definitely need to refill water, all that jazz. Okay, so this brings us to 10.1, Governing Board Self-Evaluation. In my head, and so somebody can tell me if they viewed this differently, it was my expectation that we would just express what our overall rating was, and then if there was a comment you wanted to make on one of the specific standards, or at least why you chose the rating or whatever, then you are capable of doing that in that moment, and then we'll move on to the next one, rather than do each one individually. But I'm open to suggestions if somebody finds that that plan isn't the wisest. Okay, great. So does anybody want to start? Our first one, standard one, responsible school district leadership. For those of you who are still paying attention, we have 7 standards essentially within there. And this is a board eval about how we feel individually the board as a whole is doing, I guess. So anybody would wish to start? Sure, go ahead. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I'm always tough. I'm a tough grader on myself. So I rated us overall as a 2 because there's always room for improvement. I think after the recent election results, that number 5 on here, seeks to build consensus and an environment of trust, is something that we all, everybody, should be working on. I don't know what else, I can do. I mean, I feel like I try to be transparent. I feel like people know where I'm coming from, but it's obvious when overrides fail that there's an element of trust. So I think that's one area of improvement. And I don't always think we are an effective and collaborative team. And some of that is, how we come into meetings in the different ways. We're all getting used to each other, but I don't think it always shows that we're an effective collaborative team sometimes.
My assumption is he just did overall average rather than adding it all up. So take your total points or whatever you had in terms of his overall rating was a 2.
And that's for the overall board.
Yes. Yes, we're on standard 1.
Sorry, my microphone's off. Yeah. So I think that there could always be efforts, kind of more collaboration probably together, but I do find as a board member sometimes that's challenging in a way. But yeah.
Ms. Van Hook, would you like to go or would you like me to go first? Go ahead. I have us at 2.25 as well. I think there are some things that we do well individually and as a whole in that I think we show up, we're prepared, we attend the events that we can attend. Issues that I have or areas, I think I align with Mr. Glover in that our seek to build consensus and an environment of trust, as well as works as an effective and collaborative team. It doesn't always feel as if that is what we have as a board are working hard to do. I do think that, there's always areas of growth, but I think some of that consensus of trust starts with us and how we respond to staff and how we respond to community members when they talk to us about issues that we even have within district or areas of concern and those types of things, and how we go about that in our current positions. So I too didn't really give us a great overall score. Those 2 areas, as well as I feel like considers the perspective of all stakeholder groups in determining district priorities. That doesn't always feel like we're capable of achieving that, whether that's just by structure or choice. I don't know. Go ahead, Ms. Van Hook, and then we'll figure out where Ms. Schultz is.
I have a similar score, and I think the biggest issue I see is I guess, more of a attempt to just silence or judge versus an attempt to understand, and the lack of professionalism sometimes, and understanding what our roles and responsibilities are as board members, and just the frustration of all those things. So like I said, I have a similar score.
I'm What was score on that one?
2.
Okay. Ms. Schultz, are you still with us?
Yes, I am a 2 barely. And number 7, I gave a 0, and it was for a lot of the reasons that Miss Van Hook just stated. And so I definitely think it needs improvement.
All right. This moves us to standard 2. Does everybody or anybody care to start for standard 2? No takers. I'll start on this one. That's fine. I also, again, think that there are certain aspects that we are doing in terms of, I think ultimately the policies that we still have passed as a district and the efforts that we have made as a district are still trying to be student-centered. And we are continuing, I think, to ask that we challenge our students and continuing to be academically aligned with being a challenging school district as well as one of success. I think we can create an opportunity. I feel like sometimes there are areas of focus that we have or individuals within us have that tend to be personal preference rather than what that impact looks like as a policy and a change on those policies, or understanding at least what some of these requests mean in terms of staffing hours and the expectation of some of that. We also, a lot of times as board members, we often ask repetitive questions to information that we've already gotten answers for. And so like, I think it's great that we have the ability to give some of the information back, but I don't think that we're always as cognizant of what the resources are in terms of being able to look at how we identify or address areas of concern. And so, yeah, I still did not have a great overall, but I do think there are, at least as a whole, the policies and things that we are looking at, I think we are still doing what we can to try to pass policies that are as successful for our students as they can be.
I can go. I'm probably a 2.5. I don't know if I'm grading these right, but I think the district's doing great. You guys, I really thought about this, and I mean, there is always room for effort, and I've learned that also with districts and kids, but I think we're doing overall pretty good. I also reflected on this, and I thought about, you know, there are a lot of options out there. There's charter schools, ESA, homeschool, all that kind of stuff, but we do need a good neighborhood school. We need a good district schools. A lot of those other things are more specialized and all that kind of stuff. And so it's finding that wiggle room where there are options. I'm all about giving options to parents. And so I really, we're doing it. And I love how the district touches base with the students. And I feel like we're very cognizant, did I say that right? You know, just going in the schools and doing the tours and just all the hands-on, and all the principals and teachers, they really meet these students where they're at. And so I feel like overall 2.5, that's where I'm at. I hope that makes sense.
I also have a 2 for this. I think the board needs stronger commitment to defining and monitoring academic goals. I know, you know, we have a lot of presentations that we celebrate, but I want to ensure that we're reviewing, you know, progress, gaps, and things that need improvement. And I think that the board would benefit from being kind of more engaged in student data and accountability conversations. And we can absolutely celebrate the great things that are happening, but we also need to pay attention to metrics, and our concentration should always be on student achievement.
Ms. Schultz? Well, I don't want her to have to always be last. Ms. Schultz?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Glover, but I don't think I was last time, maybe. I did a 2.75. I actually think that we're doing a good job in this area. What the teachers are doing and just the growth this year alone that we had and just the information that I get, there's always going to be students that fall through the cracks that we need to be able to look at that and how we can help those kids and how we can help move things up. But I think overall with our A-rated schools and what our teachers and our admin is doing, I'm always happy with the results and want to celebrate the wins as well.
I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but yeah, I'll go probably like a 2.5. I think I want to say that Higley celebrates the achievements of students and staff as well as anybody. They do a really good job and make a strong effort to do that, and I always appreciate that. Item number 3 on this list says works with the superintendent to define clear goals for student achievement and effective instruction, and that's just a reminder when I read that to me that by state statute, our job is to hire and evaluate the superintendent, but the day-to-day operations of things is for the superintendent to do, and then our job is to judge you on how well you do that or not. And then the other one that I had is, I just think it's worth talking about. It ensures that all decisions are made based on what is best for students. I think that's the challenge as we deal with these, the budget issues that we're about to have to deal with. That we just make sure that when we make decisions that the first thing we're thinking about is how is that going to affect students, because that's what we should all be here for. So a little bit more work to be done.
This brings us to Standard 3, Board Responsibilities. Who would like to start us off? Ms. Schultz, do you want to go first on this one?
Sure. I didn't add up my totals, so I forgot this one, Ted. I think there is some confusion about what a board does and what we're supposed to do and our roles and our responsibilities. There's confusion when you run for this position and confusion among the public on things that we're allowed to handle and things that we're allowed to do, and what our role is. So I think understanding, I also think, I personally, and I don't know how much of board professional development, I don't know what a good amount would be. I mean, I've attended things and paid attention to things over the years, but I don't know that one. I wasn't sure exactly what to give us on that one. So I gave a 2. It's actually more of a 1.75, but I didn't add it up. But I think for the most part, though, on number 10, I know that I personally, and because we can't talk to each other on some things, it's hard on this one for me to know everything. I just know what we publicly do. And as far as directing complaints to staff and the community in the appropriate channel, I know that I always, if not 97% of the time, do it. And I know this is a board evaluation, but some of this stuff, it's hard to know exactly what everyone's doing due to the fact that we can't speak about certain things. Hopefully that makes sense.
No, it does. I appreciate that. Who would like to go next?
I do agree that I think that there is a huge misunderstanding as far as what our responsibilities should be and are. I personally do professional development constantly, if not weekly. And so, and just with all the training that I do, and I understand what my role is, and I feel like, there's constant, deferring things to whether it's administration or legal counsel and the board not exercising independent oversight. We are ultimately responsible for everything that happens in this district. Everything comes down to the board. And so the decisions that we make, we have to do that with that in mind. Yes, only the superintendent reports to the board, but ultimately how the policies that we make, how they get implemented throughout the district, and how things take place within the district ultimately falls on the board. And we need to understand that and function in a manner to where we take that responsibility seriously.
I give this probably a 2.5. Yes, the board has a lot of responsibility, but I also notice when it comes to public governance, there is an aspect of communication and respect. And it's very helpful when it's received by all parties. And so touching base with the admin and seeing, keeping those communications and those lines of respect very open, because we are all adults here, and so keeping that standard kind of up. But yes, constantly learning what our duties are, being very mindful of that in our actions and our votes and our governance is very helpful.
Look, I'm going to round up to a 2 in that I think there are aspects of this as a whole that we are doing all right with. I would like to at least reflect, if not challenge, perception on what our responsibilities are as a board on a later standard, because we have one that directly deals with the superintendent and what the expectation is of the relationship between us as a board, individual board members, and the superintendent. I do not believe that we have a situation in which all of us board members equally process and respond to complaints in the same way. There are aspects of our job in which we get emails or conversations with people randomly when we run into them about specific aspects of things that are happening on campus. And our first role always should be to contact the superintendent and have the superintendent look into what things are going on. I think in general, when dealing with people, and especially if some of those people are students, not every information that we get or how the information is presented is always an accurate representation of that. But beyond that, part of the reason that that protocol is in place is to not set ourselves up for policy or procedures that we have or might have later as a result of some of these complaints, i.e. if I get a parent who is telling me this specific thing is happening or they're unhappy with what's going on, or even a staff member that is in a situation in which they feel that this is something that's not going well or they have a complaint, it is my responsibility to pass that off to the superintendent or the relevant cabinet member if it is for a specific position, which if we don't know who that is, I always send it to Christine, because that's not my job to know who that goes to, that's somebody else's. And I don't believe that we always do that. And as a result, I think, let's pretend one of these staffing issues ends up coming in front of us as a board later. We run the risk as a board member of not being able to make a decision on that, because we now have kind of entangled ourselves in something that could cause problems or a conflict of interest, which again comes to another part. A lot of these kinds of standards overlap a little bit. And so for me, on the board responsibilities one, I think following through that process matters, and us doing it consistently is important. I do think there are benefits to us as a board going through professional development. I think individually there are some things that we can sign up for and do that with different organizations, but I think as a board sometimes it's helpful, so we can make sure that we are understanding our responsibilities in the same way, and that helps us govern how we, dictate policy. Go ahead, Mr. Glover.
I don't have much to add. I rated us as a 2. The only thing, and I like what Ms. Schultz said, and I just will echo it. Number 4, item 4 on here says works with other board members to establish effective board policies. Because we can only talk with open meeting law to one other member, you see us doing our thinking and arguing up here. It would be a lot more smoothly if we could just call each other and have some of these discussions, but legally we can't. And I would, if I did do that, which I'm not talking to more than one board member, I would always feel like I still would bring it to the group and then discuss that as a whole. But we're fleshing things out in front of you, and that is ugly and messy sometimes, and probably not terribly fun to watch. So, but that's the system that we have. So, anyway.
Okay, great. This brings us to standard 4, board effectiveness. Who would like to start this one?
I'll start. For this one, the overall 1.5. I think that the board can do more to center discussions on student outcomes and long-term goals. And then just, preparing for board meetings. I put in a lot of work from the minute I get the agenda. I research every item, and I feel like that not everybody puts in that much effort. Part of it could be because, certain things are just approved no matter what, no questions asked. And I feel like if I wasn't the one asking questions, that there wouldn't be much conversation at board meetings, and that we would just vote and leave. And so I think that there should be, preparations for every board member with the agenda items and questions asked. When you look at the Q&A for the agenda items, I would say 99% of the time I'm the only one asking questions. And so if questions are being asked behind the scenes, then those questions should also be added to the Q&A. But as far as I'm concerned, every agenda, all the answers we get back, it's just my questions. I don't see any other board member asking questions, and the whole purpose was that if they are asking questions, then it should be on there. And if they're not asking questions, is it because nobody really has questions about agenda items? I can't be the only one that is asking questions. So that is very concerning for me.
I'm at like a 2.5. This is where it gets really frustrating, because it's kind of like, I come from a family of addiction and codependency and manipulation techniques and bullying and all that kind of stuff.
And I like to be very clear with how kind of we communicate. I don't like gaslighting tendencies. I don't like kind of backhanded negative whatevers. So I really think that it's helpful to understand that we operate differently. I have been trying to meet as many people as I can on the board or the admin and such, and I'm trying to do my things differently and to toot my own horn, because apparently we're tooting our own horns. So overall, I am also a very optimistic person, and it's helpful when we kind of like stay focused, I think, on the board agenda. And just if we can really get kind of focused to what our thoughts are and be very strategized and be respectful also of other people's time and not kind of drag things on or repeat ourselves multiple times, I think we could really be a little bit more effective with our time management when it comes to board meetings.
Sure, thank you for the, okay, so I rated a 2 overall. I focused in on here for conducts board meetings efficiently and effectively. I think our meetings are too long and sometimes too unfocused. As for myself, I ask lots of questions. I think it's helpful to ask them in advance to the superintendent rather than when we're up here, because that gives them time to look up the answer. So that's my approach. That works for me. And if it is something that needs to be shared with the public, then when that item comes up, then I do. I think part of our role is to educate people and answer questions. So that's one item I felt like we could do better. And then supporting board decisions once action is taken. We talked about this at the beginning of the year. We had a training, and that is a critical role. You don't always win when you vote, but the agreement of a functional governing board is win or lose, once you walk out the door, you got to support it. And I mean, I've seen the same thing in committees that I've been on in various school districts is, you speak your piece. And if you lose, then when you walk out the door, you got to support the decision that was made by the whole group. So that's just something that I think we should keep in mind. For me, that improvement on that would improve my score next year.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes, thank you, President Wade. So I rated us a 1.75, and as Mr. Glover said, number 5 was a 0 or a -0 for me. Supports board's decision once action is taken. That is important and essential to a governing board. There's things that I don't like sometimes. I mean, I've been on the board for 5 years now, and so my questions have already been answered a lot of times, or I can figure it out on myself, or I do ask questions ahead of time, as Mr. Glover said, because as Ms. Jarman said, I want the meetings to be efficient and run effectively. So we are the longest running board meeting, I think, in the state, maybe the country, I don't know. But our meetings do need to be run more efficiently and effective at asking questions ahead of time. I often don't need to ask the same question over and over again because they're things we already understood. So having a Groundhog's Day conversation would just be a waste of time for me. There are things that we ask ahead of time or that I want to reiterate or make sure the public knows. And I think that I do that. But speaking over as an overall board, since that's what we're talking about, is a 1.75 for this.
I have probably in that same range of the 1.75 to a 2. I just rounded up to a 2 because I didn't want to do the maths on that. I agree. I think the fact that we have board members who speak out in varying public outings about things that are counter to what we as a board have passed. I recognize that that is a frustration in that if you are on the side of voting or you have a policy that you don't necessarily agree with, and yet that's the policy that we have in place. That is part of our job, and that's part of the requirements of being on here. We, as board members, sit up here every board meeting, and we work hard to hold staff and students accountable to our policies. And I believe that that starts with us, and I believe that we also should be equally beholden to our policies. And I feel that we have gone over, in the 3 years that I've been on here, our communication protocol, which is item 7 for me, multiple times, and yet we still do not adhere to it. And I struggle to sit up here as a governing body saying that we have expectations of staff and students to follow and be accountable to our policies, and yet we are not held accountable to our policies. And there is great frustration in that. I also have a frustration with the expression that just because we aren't asking questions, it means that we don't do the labor or the work to be here. That's just disingenuous and is a poor representation, given that when we show up, it is apparent that at least the board members know the issues that they are talking about. I don't have many questions on a fair amount of things, in that I worked in public schools. I have a master's degree in secondary education, and so a lot of this information is all things that I'm greatly familiar with. And I do ask questions when we're here in the meetings, and I have asked questions when they arise or have specific issues for my person. I just don't have them all the time, and that doesn't mean that I am any less prepared to be here. I also wish to bring up communication protocols again, because it is my interest and intent to hold ourselves accountable. And the next thing that I'm going to discuss not only impacts my rating for this standard, but honestly, it's in a few standards in terms of how it is, multiple things kind of overlap, essentially, is what it is. And so I'm choosing this one. And my issue is that we have a situation in which we have staff members who are human persons, and we have a staff member that made a post on their personal social media page. And on their personal social media page, they discussed that their political ideology, which in this case happens to be conservative, but it's irrelevant to the overall argument. And with that, they also talked about the funding situation in the state of Arizona, which honestly, I think they did a pretty decent job of explaining kind of the inequities that exist and that are available. But then they also went and made comments on behavior of a specific board member. To be clear, that board member is not mentioned, it's not named, or any of those things. This staff member emailed me, and the reason they emailed me is because they feel that a board member went beyond what communication protocols that we have in place, and I do think it matters. And so when you have a situation as a board member in which we are being criticized by the public, we are political figures. That criticism is going to come quite frequently. I get emails on the regular that tell me how ridiculous it is that I choose to have my hair in different colors. It is not my responsibility, nor is it my position as a board member to comment on every time I receive criticism. Now, in this specific case, this was a personal post on a social media in which every single one of our staff members, just as every single one of our board members, have rights and protections for us to exist and behave in the way that we are. And then we had a response. And Board Member Van Hook, it is you that I am expressing, in which you used your HUSD email to email this staff member and their wife, because their wife shared it as well, who also happens to be a staff member. And I'm specifically not using their names because their names are irrelevant to this. And you emailed them to respond to the criticism that they had about your person on their social media page, and you included their administration. I struggle with this. Not only is that beyond our communication protocol, I find it to be an abuse of your position. I find it to be dangerous. And as a board, I find you put us in risk of liability. And I think it is unacceptable that if you have a situation in which you feel a staff member has done something that is against our staff policies, again, our first approach every single time should be to contact the superintendent. And the idea that we would take our own personal HUSD issued email to send an email out to their work email and include their bosses feels vaguely threatening. It feels, again, as an abuse of your position and what our roles are. So I think it's important, and that maybe us collectively, because all of us have talked about knowing what our roles are and what our responsibilities are, that going into this next year, we set up training for us as a board to reiterate why our communication protocols are the way that they are, so we don't open ourselves up to problems. We also have many complaints in which we have had board members that have gone out in the public, like LD14, for example, to talk about our override. We also have had an individual at a public comment express that, Board Member Van Hook, you have given presentations to them at Trilogy. Whether or not that is accurate from that person, I'm not really here to express one way or the other. My concern is that we have behaviors that are putting us at risk. And my question is, what are we doing to make sure that we adhere to these protocols? And in a large part of some of these, and again, it's other standards in different areas, but for standard 4, insurance decisions are impersonal, objective, and professional. I struggle to see how that action and that use is within our standards. And so for me, I don't think that we are being effective as a board, and I don't think it is easy for us to sit here and expect accountability if we cannot hold ourselves accountable to our own policies. And the benefit for staff and students is there are policies in place and repercussions, but there is none of that for us. And I just think as a board, we should absolutely have training so we are ensuring that we as individual board members are not creating a situation in which we are opening our district and ourselves up to liability for things that we should never have done in the first place.
And because you called me by name, I will respond to that. I am very well aware of my role. And like I said, I do trainings constantly. But the messaging that was used was so inappropriate that I am also a community member. And I have every right to address it. And so I know what my role is and what our policies are, and I don't do anything that would put the district at any risk. So saying that and assuming that, you're absolutely incorrect, because I'm also involved in the community. Yes, I'm also APC, and I am allowed to have conversations outside of my board member role. So your accusations and your assumptions are absolutely incorrect.
Ma'am, it's not an assumption.
But if you're going to call me, we're here to discuss overall, but if we're going to get personal, I can get personal too. So would you like to go personal, or do we want to reflect overall ratings?
I think both are available here. When again,
Okay.
ma'am, if our expression is that I am a private citizen and using your HUSD email to email their HUSD email about a social media post, how is that you acting as a private citizen? That's not, and I'm not saying that.
Okay, but you went beyond that with your accusations.
Okay, so then let's make
Okay.
it, that's the only accusation I'm leveling here today, because it's the one I have proof of.
Yeah, and it was warranted.
Where I'm struggling is that in this moment, your statement seems to not recognize the inappropriateness of that behavior to begin with. I'm not saying that you weren't upset. I'm not saying that you weren't hurt or frustrated or desiring to correct
that issue. For example, when we talked about the dress code, I had somebody on a social media post express that I was a pedophile. That's alarming. I did nothing to that person because at the end of the day, it is a social media world in which that is not what I can control and how people feel. I'm not saying that you weren't frustrated or upset by that. You could have contacted that individual via their social media, and if you are not friends with them, then it makes it even more so a question of your choice in responding to something that was done separate of in a boardroom to use your board certified email that is provided to you from the district to respond to criticism, and you can't see why that is not only outside of our communication protocols, deeply unprofessional and an abuse of your position.
But also unprofessional on behalf of a teacher.
To use their First Amendment right to say that they have an issue with the board member that they did not name.
To be unprofessional is what I said. They can absolutely use their First Amendment right, but what they did was also unprofessional. And you want to talk about unprofessional, let's discuss your behavior on the dais.
Sure.
With your facial expressions, your body expressions that you can't seem to control.
Yes.
And behave appropriately and professionally on that dais. And that has been a problem since day one, and we have people tell you that that's a problem. Why can't you act professionally and be able to agree to disagree? Instead, if I didn't say anything, there would be no conversation on this dais. But instead, you take the opportunity to lecture and pretend that, oh, I'm a teacher, so I'm going to lecture you. You don't agree with me, that's fine, but I'm not here to be lectured by you. If I have a concern, I have every right as a board member to have a concern because I've done my homework. You show up with no notes in front of you, ever.
That is correct.
Yeah, and that should be concerning for everybody.
So again, a choice of preference.
Yeah, choice, this isn't.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to reiterate again, I have ADHD and I am autistic. I genuinely process very difficultly just straight audio information. So when somebody is just talking for extended lengths of time, it is difficult for my person. In no way have I done anything to go out of my way to be disrespectful to you. I would like to point out, not 3 weeks ago at our last meeting, you told me to grow up when I was taking my time before I decided what I wished to say. It is apparent that there are frustrations, and in no way, shape, or form am I trying to express that there aren't situations or desires for my person to be better. I struggle in these things. That has always been the case. It's why I sat next to every teacher's desk in every class I have ever been a part of. I don't show up with notes because I don't need them. I don't know what you need from that. That is not a criticism, that is not a critique, that is just the way and the functionality of my brain. What I am struggling with is the stepping outside of what is an appropriate protocol and the fact that we still do not recognize that our staff have rights to post something on their social media, and in no way, shape, or form is our response as a board member to email them from our board email, including their administrator, and expect that that is the policy of professionalism and the protocol with which we should follow. If you felt that what they said was unprofessional, your only course of action is to contact the superintendent. That is literally our policies. There is no policy that says I must show up with notes, but I did today. If that helps for this overall argument. I am not saying that we are going to get along. It is apparent from the very beginning that we do not see much of anything eye to eye. You are not the only one who asks questions. You are not the only one who perpetuates and continues these board meetings. In fact, before yours and mine existence on this board, they had comments and questions that went just fine. You are not the only person who is capable of handling that. But again, I do think the specific action with which I am talking about begs us to not only follow up so we again as a board can recognize why this puts us in a position of liability, but furthermore, as a board, if we sit here and say we expect accountability, that starts with us.
Yes, and I believe you're the last person to speak on professionalism.
Okay, I would like to change my point total to 1. The only thing I want to add to this is, I don't remember if it's policy, but it was a set of ethics that we had agreed to in my previous term. If you were going out as a board member and representing Higley, it was always, I don't know if it was policy, but it was just accepted that you notified the superintendent. It doesn't mean the superintendent could tell you no, but that you just, out of a courtesy, told them, like, I'm going to go talk to X group as a courtesy. So that's just the only other thing I would.
Mr. Glover, it is policy.
Okay, I thought so. I couldn't remember. I hadn't thought about that.
I can go. Can I go?
For standard 4, you want to go on standard 5?
No, I'm just gonna kind of, the same standard.
Great, continue.
It is wonderful if there isn't kind of like personal tax. I mean, I think it's great here and there because we're talking about the underlying, like what's going on, everything that we actually are feeling at each board meeting, we're actually talking about. So this is a great thing. I think this is great. So since we brought up the ethics, the communication protocols, should we read it? Should we read it real quickly since we're talking about this?
I don't believe we can, given what our agenda item is, but we can for future. And again, I do think we absolutely should review what our communication protocols are, 100%.
Okay, great. And then yes, just in general, we've got to tread lightly on these topics because it is a freedom of speech, but also, be respectful of the district's policies and all that kind of stuff, because the last thing we want is it to affect the district's pocketbook, to be frank. I don't know how else to put it.
Standard 5, board and superintendent. I'll start on this one. Again, I gave a low score of 2 seems to be my average, in that I don't ever really give zeros because there are 5 of us. But I think it, again, piggybacks off of what I expressed previously, in that it is not part of our daily executive responsibility of the superintendent if we are not notifying them of issues or areas of concern that we may have about a staff member, a student, or policy in general. Works with the superintendent with mutual respect, open communication, trust, and confidence. I have that real low, and part of the reason that I have that real low is because just because we differ in opinion or we don't like the answer does not mean that there is the absence of that communication or that trust or that respect. And again, we also literally delegate our authority, and so maybe given where we are or how we have expressed so far what we view our responsibilities are as board members, maybe we include that in our future PD along with communication protocol, which is what our responsibility in fact is. And that again is to input policy and to hold accountable the superintendent to making sure that all aspects of those policies are adhered to. And again, that goes down to delegating authority for the administration of the district to the superintendent rather than feeling what personal situations we should make as far as decisions.
Sure, I don't have anything to say, really. I mean, it's obvious. I'll just give us a 2.
President Wade, is it okay if I go?
Absolutely.
I in between a 2 and a 1 because I mean, personally, I feel like sometimes I might get a little bit upset about things, and so maybe I don't always effectively communicate on some things, but I try to be open and talk things through. But I can do a better job myself of that. But I think overall as a board, then we definitely have some shortcomings when it comes to that. As far as evaluating the superintendent on clear and focused expectations, that's a 3 to me. Delegates the authority, doesn't happen all the time. So I gave that a 1.5. But overall, I think we need to work on it in some aspects for sure. Personally, I try to do my best to do these things and understand my role.
I'll go with 2. I need to kind of work on it and communicate a little bit more and stuff like that, and figure out kind of how more I can support or do that, or just ask questions or get more clarity on certain things. I could do a better job personally.
Ms. Van Hook? That's up. All of us have done it.
I put 0, and that's because I truly don't know. I don't know what others do. And I know what I do when a complaint comes to me. I contact the superintendent, and I encourage the person coming to me to contact the principal, to go through the chain of command, but unfortunately, a lot of them are fearful to do that. And so I report it, and whatever's done after that, I don't know, because, I mean, it's not necessary that they follow up with me if they have a student or a parent and they know how to go through there, but I do sometimes follow up if I hear back that they haven't heard anything or nothing's been done. So then I'll follow up. But I think that the relationship is often imbalanced. I think that there's information being shared with some board members and not all. And the fact that we just need to ensure that there's proper oversight and a collaborative effort between everybody, and not just between the superintendent and 1 or 2 or 3 board members, and not everybody. But it's clear in the past and present that certain information is not shared across the board, and that's only being shared with certain board members. But that needs to change in order to improve the dynamics of the entire board.
I would like to express that we could include that as far as our communication, and that we absolutely should be getting information that is questions from all board members and those types of things. Yeah. This will bring us to standard 6, community engagement and advocacy. Does anybody else wish to go first? Because I've gone first several times. Cool, I'll start it off again.
Sorry, Ms.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Schultz, come save the day.
Okay, so I think that we do allow for community input very well. Through public hearings, we're very transparent. I think over my years on the board, that Mr. Moore has been very transparent and we as a board make sure that those things happen. And so staying informed about educational issues and participating in programs provided by the state. Yes, staying informed on educational issues and media and government and all of those things, then I think we do, or it seems that we do. Attending district and community events when possible. Yes, all of us has different schedules and things, but I think that we still do a good job of that. Abstains from speaking on board issues for which the board has no official position. I know that I don't know what others do. So I would give this a 2.5, in my opinion. And in my rubric too. So.
Mr. Glover, do you want to go?
I'm all over the place here. Yeah, I mean, two, because we obviously, with the override not passing, I mean, to me, that speaks that, we've got more work to do to engage and advocate for the things that we feel are important for this school district. I will say for item number 2 allows for community input through public hearings, advisory committees, et cetera. I have received sometimes things that I disagree with, but I welcome it because I actually do believe in the First Amendment. And so you can criticize me all you want. I just would ask that, when we do disagree, it's respectfully. So the people that don't hear back from me have, maybe stepped over a line, I think, of decency and civil discourse. I think we should strive for civil discourse, especially nowadays, the way things are in this country. So, yeah, I mean, more work to do, I think, and I intend to do it. I thought, I always thought I was doing my part to help with the override and the perception about transparency and all of some of these things we've been accused of not being or not doing. But more work to do, and I'll own that.
I have probably like a 2.5 on this one, although I did not score on that one. I think areas of improvement definitely can be had. I would like to echo the failure of the override, I think, means that I have a greater responsibility to try to do more things in helping to convey some of that information or how we get that out of there. I think that we do a good job with respect to the community and how many opportunities we provide to be involved with our community and have community members be involved in our process and our policy. Because at the end of the day, I work really hard to try to make decisions for the community as a whole, recognizing that we have a larger group to serve rather than my own interests. And I think that matters, and it's sometimes difficult to do. I also, again, think that the areas that I have scored the lowest are areas of 12 and 13, because again, I think we have situations in which we have board members who are doing things that put us at risk as a board, as a school district, and that matters. And it matters in the behavior that we do. It matters in how we see that behavior and how we view what our actions are. Again, I recognize that we have more important things coming up in January with respect to looking at the budget and making sure that we do that. But I absolutely will be making sure that we at least get on the agenda to discuss again communication and what that policy and protocol should be. Because, for example, I have gone and have spoken to other groups that have invited me to do those types of things, and I follow our protocol by informing districts that I will be doing that ahead of time. And I also follow protocol in that whenever I am there, I make it a point to express that this is just on behalf of Amanda Wade and nothing else. And I also have informed district when I have given comment to media and let them know that I have commented to media on some of that. And again, I think it would be beneficial for us all to make sure that we are looking at what our responsibilities are, and more importantly, how our actions impact the functionality of this board.
This is kind of a hard topic. I feel like the district is doing a pretty good job of transparency. Obviously, I feel like I'm still learning. And I thought I knew a lot, but I'm realizing, I'm just still learning kind of stuff as to life. What's hard with the override and stuff like that, since we're kind of, beating around this, a lot of people don't want taxes. And so a lot of these kind of broad brush strokes that it's like certain board members or something like that, that perhaps is not necessarily true. So I'm just gonna be frank about it. Like people, there were certain things, utilities went up, there were multiple, facets. I'll be honest, I was surprised at the results of the override, I'll be honest. So setting that aside, I am grateful for the training that I've taken that reminds us to, I don't want to compromise the district over something that I say, et cetera, because I am working so hard to keep as many funds in the district currently. And so I know that, but I fear kind of when we are so like this, that it just kind of, we also got to be very mindful with not encroaching on the freedom of speech. Yes, we should do our due diligence, be as transparent of what the offerings of the district and all that kind of stuff. And overall, I felt like the district did really good to kind of, do what they can. But I've also learned that you can't, there's certain, it's hard with certain things and certain accounts and being transparent because, then you're tied to those specific accounts and all the things that I'm learning. So it really gives me a lot of empathy for the admin and all the things that they've got to claim and all the, things that they bring towards the community. And then if one thing's off, oh, guess who's going to hear it, So I hope you guys can be respectful of my transparency, that I'm trying to do my best as a board member and to kind of contribute. I think it's been 12 or 13 years that I've been in this district. So anyways, I'm grateful for y'all.
For this one, I put 1. I do appreciate the presentation that we gave tonight. I think that is a great way of being transparent with our finances and showing everybody exactly what we have as far as M&O and classroom site funds. And I think that that needs to continue so that, all the stakeholders feel like they have everything that they need in order to make decisions. I would like to figure out more ways to have parental involvement. I know it's not always the case where, all parents can be involved, but it would be nice to be able to figure out ways to get more parents involved. Kids do much better when their parents are involved in their education. I think that we need to concentrate on what matters, and that's our students, instead of personal attacks or attempts to silence. And we're all adults here, and I think that we need to be able to agree to disagree. And have conversations that help improve our district and create an environment that I guess, where we can have trust instead of lack of it. So because of that, I gave it a 1, I believe, is what I said. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to add something. I said it privately to Ms. Jarman, but I just want to say it publicly here. You know, being new to education and public service, I can see that you've learned a lot this year. She's the only one of us that hadn't served on a board before, but it's obviously you're interested in learning. I can see the growth. I just wanted to compliment you on it and the manner in which you do it. I remember the first time you spoke and how I remember, you know, it's a lot. And I just wanted to thank you for the way that you approach the role and the job that you've done so far this year as we're evaluating one another.
I wish to second that, Ms. Jarman, in that I, 3 years ago, remember what it was like to be new to how much information, and I, at the very least, had some background in education, and Higley, for that matter, to know it. And I know that you've met with so many different folks here, because we've talked, like, when we go on the school walkthroughs and those types of things, and it is a lot, and I'm appreciative of all the work, because it's not an easy position to be in. And for those of you who have, it is not, there's a lot of information that comes your way. So I wish to second that, yeah.
Thank you so much, you guys. I feel like this has been the hardest thing that I've done, to be frank. So I really appreciate your thoughts.
So it does look like we as a board have work to do. And I think at the very least, given statements that have been made, we're at least in alignment that we need work. And I think that will matter, and hopefully we can put in the work and the effort that needs to get done to help continue to make Higley a great place. Anything else from anybody before I motion to adjourn? I'm taking that as a no, Ms. Schultz. I motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
That would be Ms. Jarman seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Was that an aye, Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm an aye. Motion 5-0. Drive safe, everybody.